Yep, now go to privacy public.
Alright, up we go.
And let me know when we're live. Should be live now.
I'm just going to start doing the marathon now. Start taking numbers and just ask you questions as we go. Guys, will you do with me? Come in the shot center, guys. Say hi.
Hi. Should be live now.
And as we go, away we go. So I'm going to be here a while, so take your time. Ask what I think right as we go. I'll discuss my minutes. Guys, as we go. Say hi.
Alright. You can keep running like a dork, and I'll find out what the questions are.
Okay. Live streams that people can't go.
Alright, where's the good live? And I'll find out what the
Live stream. Thank you.
Yes, this is the same image we'll be seeing for quite a while now.
Hey, Raz.
Yeah. Turn what round?
I just want to tell you, Raz.
Yeah.
It just wants me to go live.
You want me to go
Live, go live.
turn what round?
Actually, it's my show. Hey guys, just starting marathon now, so just Raz will be helping me today. If you've got any questions, feel free to post them. The live stream is on LiveStrider. You can switch off live stream now if you like the rest. It's going to post it here. Can you double check on the actual chat?
Yep, that's what I'm doing.
No, that press.
What? Like you need your phone back.
Alright. So, we got any questions?
Yes. Why is the microphone not working? So let me fix with that.
Okay. They can't hear me?
No, it's just really garbled. So I'm gonna just look at the microphone settings. Yes. Why is the microphone? Let me fix with that.
Sorry about the technical difficulties.
What are we recording from?
Yeah.
It's just really garbled. So I'm gonna just look at the microphone settings. Yeah, the webcam's what we're getting through. So unfortunately, we just need some sort of pop filter, but it doesn't have it on that webcam.
Big bug.
It's all right. It's best we can do with this setup.
So, you can actually hear us.
No, it's garbled because of your feet tromping on the head of the treadmill.
Okay, we'll move a bit closer.
Need some sort of pop filter, but it doesn't have it on
And
that.
then move the entire camera closer. So,
It's all right.
if you can hear us,
Well,
the entire bench.
no, it's garbled because of your feet tromping on the head of the treadmill.
That's it. Probably move it up a tad. Alright. Probably involves that. Yeah, that works. Sir, right? So, can we hear a bit now?
Let's check. They don't want to see my fingers on the keyboard, so let's just make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, that press we can't put it there. That's
Why not?
no, because I need to actually see you running.
But I can see you running. Let's check. They don't want to see my fingers on
Sorry
the
about the
keyboard,
technical
so let's
difficulties.
just need to be able to unzoom.
Awesome.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to find the unzoom. It's stupid cameras. Yes, it does.
Have control where you can tilt it up and down.
Yes, that doesn't help me anymore because it's the maximum tilt.
We'll just move to the edge there so you can see.
Then they see my fingers. I'll do it. Let me do this.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to find the answer. Oh, I see.
Go.
All up there?
No. There we go.
Alrighty, so
Let's get into what people want to know about you because it's been a while since you did anything like this.
it's been a while since we did a Let's Play, so it's
Alright, so
I'll slow it down so I don't clump as much.
they want to, well, we first,
Here's a question from
Ben Cooney wants to know if you're going to take a few breaks during this charity marathon because
not unless I need to crap.
Well, that was crass, but okay. Yeah, if you need crap, then sure.
Or let's drop 60, otherwise I'll go.
Yep. That should help a lot. Good, the audio's a bit better. Favorite Canadian cartoon?
Actually, I remember this one. I think this might have been from What I Imagine.
This is, yeah, that's all it's
Of course it is. Let's see. Well, obviously the worst one was Angela Anaconda.
Was that just terrible because of visual quality, or was it terrible because it was terrible?
Well, you don't have some of those bad memories of Angela.
No, I blocked it all out. I'm not like you. I forgot these things.
When we were about 7 rising, I watched a lot of Angela Anaconda, and it was horrendous. It's like the visual style, as well as the ugly greens and browns, and just the voice as well, as people have heard from me. It was Angela Anaconda. It was almost just really unpleasant on a visceral level in every manner and form. So it's yeah, kickoff. Honestly, the problem is that as much as I hate to say it, I don't have that many Canadian cartoons. Occasionally, when they combine together with America or Britain, you can get some good keepers, but there wasn't a good selection that I've seen. What's up?
You're being offered money to fall off.
I can jump, bounce around, run backwards or something. I won't fall off quite yet.
And here falling off will be so fun.
I wouldn't be able to do the 442 by hell.
Well, yeah, I suppose you couldn't actually do the marathon if you fall off.
How's the sound, by the way? Okay.
Apparently it's going in and out, so I'll do what I can to deal with it as we go, but the next thing is whether you'll be doing live reactions when Fractured Butthole eventually comes out.
Live reactions?
Yeah, it sounds like a dumb idea.
No. We just don't normally do stuff like live reactions and like that. Well, right now, I'll gladly talk about it, and I'll probably do a top 6 list on it. Myself has been very on me about talking about what we call the original South Park game. They actually sort of asked if I would do a top 6 list on it, like set the game and everything. The censored version, but still the game. Sorry. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed though. It keeps getting delayed, but you and I both know it's just Matt and Trey trying to probably make the game better or Ubisoft. What do you think about that, Russ?
What do I think? I think it keeps getting freaking delayed.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, however, that's, how it is, and it'd be nice if it were delayed less, but it is delayed, so let's just deal with it.
Well, hopefully it'll be a good game when it comes out. I promise they're probably increasing the expectations of gamers by doing so.
I think, there we go.
What's up?
I think the internet here is terrible, and that's why our audio quality is terrible.
The weird thing is it's Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi in a shopping center. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah, good point. Well, hopefully it'll go okay. Hopefully it's reasonable.
Worst case scenario, I'll tether it to my phone.
That's enough. How much space data do you have? I don't want you getting up right.
I have like 10 gigs at the moment, so let's see if that helps.
Okay, we're trying to increase the quality.
We'll tether for 4 hours off my phone. This should be interesting.
Well, just keep an eye on the data, and I don't want you
going over, I know.
racking up the bill.
So we'll see.
I'll pay the computer, but
No. Let's see. You worry less about that and worry more about telling people. Let's see, what else do they want to know?
what's the next question?
The loud noise in the background is your feet. So
I'll try and tiptoe.
could you maybe not run for this charity marathon?
I could not run.
What's all the crashing noise in the background? That's his feet.
Let me see if I can tune in, so I can come up with questions as well.
Let's see. It's so weird that you're running a marathon right now. I'm still sitting in the aircon in my PJs.
This is echo too, so that's helpful.
You need to take larger strides. Oh, and what do you think of wakfu? What's wakfu?
What's one food?
I have no idea. Someone asked what he thought of it, so I'm going to guess it's something.
Look it up.
You can look it up then, yeah.
One food. I'm going to see this in the option on the videos on the channel.
Yeah, give me your phone.
Could you upload a tweet with the address?
I could upload a tweet with the address, but the internet's struggling to run this at the moment, so give me a second.
Okay. We did a Let's Play. You have a particular topic you want to talk about?
Not particularly. I've been too busy. And besides, the only things I want to talk about are boring and probably
To do with politics.
yeah, so
Well, I just don't very relevant. It's a good time for a mental health charity in America.
I would say it's a good time for mental health dipstick in America.
What's an instinct?
As in trying to figure out how bad things are.
Yes. Mind you, things aren't all sunshine and rainbows in Australia either.
Well, to be fair, we have the only world leader who stood up to Trump. That was quite impressive.
Well, and also the few world leaders who actually said who agrees with his immigration policies, which is so sad. So sad.
Alright, now I need to live chat. There we go.
Oh. Hey, that's on Nate. Plus, now I can see the live chat. Yeah,
And I can work on the engineering side.
Yep. You know, lower the webcam a bit, so it's like just a hair.
Just a hair.
Nice. Perfect. Oh, that's neat. I can see it all. So let's see. Question. Now was talking about the fish noise. All right.
Oh, they want to know more about My Little Pony.
Oh, My Little Pony. Actually, yes. I can talk about that because that's actually coming up in a review of mine, and I might have a little guest star there.
Is it going to be an actual pony?
Yes, it's going to be an actual pony.
That wouldn't surprise me.
But yeah, I've been working pretty hard on this because a certain somebody you might know, a few of my viewers might know, introduced me to this, and yeah, it's made #1 on my lists.
I'm not going to make any attempt at guessing what it is because I have no idea.
He's a big fan of the show. It started as what started his channel.
Wait, someone who started with My Little Pony.
What?
I can't be that. Don't worry.
It's probably not someone you know, but
Yes, it would be.
I know him rather well at this point.
Probably enter.
Oh, for those wondering, the red news list is best kids cartoons. Just working on it right now. I'm also sorry about the copyright strike on the worst Teen Titans Go. That was just Warner Brothers. Picture actually had a copyright strike on Teen Titans Go as well on his final lesson animated atrocities he was telling me about. So just Warner being the usual selves.
Alrighty. What do you think of the cartoon Chowder?
Oh, Chowder. You don't have to look this up because I need a reminder.
I, on the other hand, am going to figure out if I can alter the audio recording.
It's giving me chowder recipes.
Well, we don't really need chowder recipes. Our father makes it all the time, and it's terrible.
Yeah, what up to? Unless you get like Canadian chowder, that's really good. Chowder. I was actually thinking of including this in one of my cartoons, kids' cartoons. There's more than one episode though, so probably comments on that. Reminder. Let's see. What's on my green glass? I'll give that one a pass.
Okay, I'll give that one a pass. Yay.
Live chat.
You've got 80 people watching you. That's impressive. 80 people want to see you running on a treadmill in 144p because we're running off terrible internet. With a terrible microphone too. People actually like you.
I appreciate that. I'll ask whatever questions you like, and hopefully we'll be able to keep up with them all. What's the next question?
The next question, let's see. Oh, there's so many. Why are there so many people? What do you think of Dragon Ball that's just so broad you're never going to get to it?
Okay, well, let's start with GT. That's what's started my channel.
Oh no, oh my god, he's going to go and tell us about Dragon Ball in detail. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm not.
I'm going to just start playing my DS while you do that.
In terms of GT, that actually started my channel originally because I saw nothing but mocking webcams of kids saying how bad the show was, and I freaking love this GT. Sad to say, I'm not a super fan. Yeah, I feel it loses a lot of the character value. The characters aren't what they originally were in Dragon Ball Original Odyssey. I mean, it's got so many fighting scenes and that sort of thing. I reviewed a long time ago Dragon Ball Battle of the Gods, and I was just like, it's really kind of disappointing. The characters, there's no real motivation. I used to have characters like Super 17, maybe the original Frieza, much more interesting. What was the next question, Rex?
Oh, that was it. Sorry, I thought I had time to set up an entire Bluetooth system. Alright, what's the next thing?
I'll try and get to the live chat myself, so...
Let's see... Do you like jazz?
Do I like jazz? Yeah, jazz is very much one of those mood things. It's something you listen to when you're in a particular type of kind of gloomy, melancholy mood. It eases that. It's a good ease or melancholy. It's because it's with your melancholy emotion. It's
more important, how long have you been training for?
How long have I been training for?
For this marathon?
Oh.
Not at all.
I've run 11 marathons and 2 ultra marathons. So I normally run the Gold Coast marathon every year, and the Toowoomba Marathon, which is 2 marathons in Australia. Yeah, just like to keep running. I regularly train every day. It's quite hard to keep my mental health.
Well, we're 18 minutes in, and how many Ks have you done?
Good question. I'm only going 10K now, so I've only done 2.88. So
I'm very disappointed. You've only done 2.8K.
I'm about 1/12 of the way there.
Alright, everyone wants to know what your favorite cartoon show is, and we both know you're not going to answer that because that's way too broad.
Let's go through a couple. Lots of favorite cartoons.
Please don't.
Let's see. Of course, someone started Looney Tunes. That's maybe the best American cartoon list. What's your thoughts on Looney Tunes, Rex?
What, you mean the classic thing?
Yeah, classics.
I grew up with them. There's some hilarious racism in there, but, you know, it's kind of like the Goon Show now, where you go back and you're like, oh, that would never fly nowadays. That's so funny.
Yeah, there is a bit of racism, but that was sort of like part of the time. It's like,
yeah, it's part of the time.
Saying Walt Disney was racist, yes, but it was a freaking Cold War times. Everyone was freaking racist.
You're probably going to have to speak up. No one can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
I can move closer to you, but I'll still get more of your feet than your voice.
Okay, I'll try and silence my footsteps a bit.
Or maybe just speak up.
Yeah, it's very much a product of the times with racism. But I think what is so timeless about Looney Tunes is that it surpasses that time gap that's sort of really a product of the times in any way. The diplomatic humor and the slapstick of the violence is so well timed, and the sound effects were so astonishing. All self-made. You can still look through the Warner Brothers sound effect library and just be astonished at the sound effects. It was such a creative piece of work that just came from a string of consciousness from creators. There was no real Goon Show or something like that might have inspired it. But
it was certainly a different kettle of fish. Goon Show was not quite like that. See, I probably listened to a lot more Goon Show than I have watched Looney Tunes, so yeah. I can probably talk more about that. But at the same time, it kind of was the precursor to a lot of modern humor in that it gave that style of non sequitur a voice. It existed before, but it had never been formalized like Sellers and the others did there.
Yeah, that's exactly.
And now the only recordings you can get sound terrible because no one actually bothered to record them properly back then. Well, I suppose what did they have recorded with? Wax.
They probably even had the crappiest condenser mics in the 1930s. You know, they started with a pretty low budget. I suspect that's part of why they all made their own sound effects. And sometimes desperation can make some of the best creativity possible, I think.
Alrighty. Let's see, what else have we got? Someone wants to know what your, the Lizard King wants to know what your opinion on Tim Burton is.
Tim Burton? Well, you've seen a few Tim Burton movies as well.
All I understand about Tim Burton is a lot of white makeup, scary looking people, and ignoring any convention storytelling.
He's really stood the test of time. He's a bit of a media darling, as well as the fact that he makes really creative pieces, like, obviously, Nightmare Before Christmas. Unfortunately, most of my experience with him in the last 6 months has been through his worst movies, like Alice in Wonderland. I think he was part of Through the Looking Glass as well, and they were so sad, I guess. They were just so drab and forgettable. Whereas I just think he actually helped me with the live action, worst live action movies based on cartoons. And he was saying, like, the problem is that you can watch the movie, no matter how many times you watch it, you forget it immediately after, because it is that drab concept. But that being said, you know, he's done things like Nightmare Before Christmas, which are just timeless pieces because of how unique they were at the time. But in some ways, I think his problem is that so many people are trying to be Tim Burton now, and that unique style he had has been remade so many times that it's much more drab now to us. Because I can see Alice in Wonderland being a real spectacle about 20 or 30 years ago.
The spectacle is all it was, that's the problem.
Yeah, but you could only do something like Nightmare Before Christmas. Had good song numbers, but voice acting was okay, but the visuals were what really sold. Something like the starting This Is Halloween song. That's what everyone remembers particularly about that. It was just such an experience, you know. What was the next question, sir?
Well, I mean, Aiden Wind has been screaming Pokemon for about, I don't know, as long as time has been. So I guess so you want to talk about Pokemon?
Let's talk Pokemon.
Do we have to?
Brad, you and I play Pokemon all the time.
I know.
So let's talk it.
Okay.
Well, what do you think of the new game?
I think it was a good tourist tour of Hawaii, but that was like I wasn't particularly
happy. Stop laughing about Pokemon normally.
Yeah, but I just like I haven't liked this generation's monsters or like their own.
Because of lack of creativity, or
well, no, just because I didn't enjoy the setting. It felt like you were in like I enjoyed the fact that they've changed the system so that it's a different hero's journey now, sort of thing. But at the same time, it feels incredibly forced. It didn't fit. Everyone apparently does this at 11 years old and goes and wanders off from home. Apparently, this is the entire tourism or the entire industry of this island.
Well, you know, it would be good for tourism if everyone wandered off when they were 11 years old. And,
Apparently.
You know, I bet this is going to end up giving me a copyright third-party infringement like this TV on. Sorry.
Not really, because all you can hear is your footsteps.
In terms of what I liked about it, I actually liked the new story better. The problem was there are so many cutscenes. The fact that they're trying to introduce this to this massive generation, because the thing is that Pokemon Go boomed the Pokemon industry and made it absolutely massive. So when the Sun and Moon games did come out, there was such a wider demographic. It was a bit like Skyrim. Skyrim was watered down, yes, but that was because it was much bigger budget and it was a much bigger game to a wider audience at that point. So that was part of it.
Your mother wants to make sure that you're drinking plenty of water.
I certainly am. I'll have a quick tea now. Thank you.
Just FYI.
Say my mom.
Yes, your mother.
Hi,
yes,
Mom.
I picked her out of the stream. Okay, what's your favorite actual Pokemon then?
Celery.
Yeah, it's too weak.
It's weak as water. It's flimsy.
No, it's weak as grass. I've eaten it alive
yes.
100 times.
And it kind of feels like that whenever it gets hit. It has such low defense that it'll just be like completely wiped apart. Instead of seeing tear apart like people.
The trouble is, you will put a Celebi there, which is this lovely, powerful, like, it's a legendary Pokemon, but it's as weak as paper, and all its moves rely on it for surviving for quite a while, like Perish Song and Destiny Bond and that sort of thing. All that relies on it surviving, whereas I will just knock it over with one Talonflame.
Whereas I used to have like 6 Celebes because
Cheated a lot.
And Braz and I would battle, like he'd have his Articuno, Ultras, Zapdos, and all your 3 EVs, Raz.
Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon, but that was Gen 1. I stopped using them in Gen 2.
What did you start using afterwards?
Pretty much everything that was in that generation. Skarmory was really useful. Entei was super useful because that would just knock you over right
That's
over.
right, use those stupid cats.
Dogs. They were giant legendary dogs. We had legendary birds, and we had legendary dogs. Next to it, we needed legendary hamsters.
Raz was a massive fan of special attack, so he would just blame for me and fun to me, and I would just tear apart like paper.
Well, you should have worked on your special defense then.
Well, the other way I could beat you was by using a team to use recovery. Because even Alexander was too flimsy. But yeah, in terms of the new Pokemon game, I love the new story, but it's too much cutscenes. For kids with a shorter attention span, in the generation we have now, we have a much lower attention span. Hell, I have a lower attention span too. And, you know, there was such a long cutscene at the start, you could lose half your audience in that time. So I was really surprised they chose to do that. That being said, maybe it did still look much down better in America.
Alright, so, well, it actually did better in Japan because it was a classic Japanese holiday called to Hawaii. Anyway, moving on from Pokemon, because there's so many questions.
Alright.
We've done Looney Tunes, and people want to know Batman vs Superman or Batman and Robin, which is worse?
Yeah. Batman vs Superman, because Batman vs Superman was a $250 million movie. Batman and Robin was just a cheesy piece of crap. And at least it was entertainingly cheesy and it wasn't taking itself seriously. We got to see Arnold Schwarzenegger saying, "Stay cool." So it was just like, there was so much more entertainment value and laughter that came from Batman vs. Batman and Robin. And it was much lower budget. Batman vs. Superman, no one laughed at. No one was happy with. No one left the cinema smiling.
Well, yeah, they didn't want people to leave the cinema smiling. They didn't want people to leave the cinema smiling.
Why?
Because spandex-clad heroes are serious business, of course.
That's the thing. They think spandex heroes are serious business. And it's like, no. Marvel picks up on this. There's a great line in Avengers 2 where the guy says, "The city is falling, the city is flying, and I have a bow and arrow. None of this makes sense." Essentially, that just sums it up so well. They know this is ridiculous, but it is so well made. The characters are so believable, and it just connects with people on such a personal level that it doesn't matter. And that's part of the humor, fun of it, is that it is so silly.
Which is good.
So yes, Batman vs Superman, much worse because it was such a big waste of manpower. Something that had no entertainment value. Put it in a parody way. Batman and Robin was at least kind of parodied itself. So yeah, definitely Batman vs Superman.
Tom mentioned the low-quality movie from the 60s is better than the audio quality we're getting. Yes, I'd say that we probably needed to do this in your home. So I think if you do this again, we'll certainly try and figure out how to do it from your home, because the internet here is terrible.
I guess I could buy a treadmill or something. It's kind of expensive.
Or you can just like run laps around your living room for a while.
Run laps around my living room.
I'm sure you could do enough laps. Filthy Frank, no, don't care.
Buy it without a lot. I can ease my steps up a bit. I don't like
Are you going to see the new Wolverine film, Logan?
Wolverine? You know, I've always missed the X-Men movies, to be honest, so
Which is funny considering that like all metaphors for disability and LGBT and that sort of thing.
yeah, but it's so
Bad?
I don't feel like it goes against my character a bit because I don't think
making a big deal of this disability or something like that is a good thing. You shouldn't be saying, oh, I'm this, and I'm proud of this. You work around it and you live with it, and it should be the defining characteristic of who you are. So yeah, I guess even as a child, I never fully connected with it because it was such a defining characteristic of people.
You actually have quite a few people running in their living rooms with you.
Really?
So,
Thank you. It's good. Keeping fit. It's good. It gives you endorphins. You know, it sleeps off depression. Actually, I think I mentioned it, but about 30 minutes of cardio a day can actually, said by psychologists, have just as strong an effect as moderate antidepressants for depression. So it's well worth trying.
are you right or left-handed?
I'm left-handed.
I'm sinstrodextrous.
Raz is ambidextrous.
No, sinstro. I'm equally uncoordinated with both hands.
But you also can't tell it's left and right.
Yes, exactly. Sinstrodextrous. I can't tell my left and right because I don't have a dominant hand.
Oh, okay.
So have you done anything else with Doug besides your recent collaboration?
To be honest, you know, I've just been a fan of nostalgia critic since before I left the Navy in 2012. Now, long time. I've been watching his stuff. I remember the first thing I watched of his was the Star Wars Christmas special review, because I was curious about the movie, and I was like, damn, the time this guy puts into a script and stuff, you know. And I mimicked so much of him in making my reviews, you know, taking the time putting together. And
I used to call you the Strider critic, or the nostalgia Strider,
that's right.
because you originally aped a lot of his style. Now you've got your own style, but yeah, you used to ape a lot of his style.
It was such a great thing because he does like, you know, he chats with me sometimes via email, and you know, he's always noticing me in the comments and stuff. That's nice, you know. I mean, at the end of the day, he's got my thing, I've got my own thing. We go our separate ways, but I think we will cross paths again.
Alright, well the next thing is Sonic Mania and Sonic Project 2017. What do you think about them?
Well, let's start
The
with
new
you.
one's coming out.
What do you think of the new quality? It's like going back to that 2D style.
Well, I mean, they tried that already with Sonic 4, didn't they? And it didn't help.
Did it?
I mean, they need genuinely clever level design, and from what I've seen, it could be okay, but at the same time, we don't know. It's just, the 2D graphics aren't what killed, the 3D graphics aren't what killed Sonic. It's the terrible level design, mostly,
Well, that's exactly
and
right.
terrible physics.
And I mean, Raz and I were playing Sonic 3 enough just the other day for nostalgia's sake, and it was such a great combination of Sonic 1. Sonic 1 was very puzzle-based, but also very slow. And Sonic 2's speed brought the two together. So the three originals were just such classics that it's hard to avoid that.
The other thing I had noticed recently that I was saying with you the other day when we were replaying was that it's interesting comparing with Mario, where the levels are always incredibly well designed, but the boss fights are total non-events. Whereas
Yeah.
Sonic always seems to have the opposite problem, where the levels are at their best, they're good, but they're never as good as Mario levels. But the boss fights are much more interesting.
And that's the thing Raz and I were noticing the other day. We're watching Super Mario 3DS, and it was just like, essentially the levels are so intricate, you know, flying platforms and, you know, shooting bullets, giant bullets flying everywhere. But you get to the boss, and it's essentially just this boring, drab castle, and you have to jump on the Koopa 3 times. Every single Koopa, you just have to jump on 3 times. Half the time, they'll just get in their shell, spin around, move left and right across the screen, jump on them. And something like Sonic's got these, you know, Eggman has got the most creative mind, because he'll come up with these, I mean, the most uncreative thing he's had is like spinning saw machines that go through the jungle. Like he's always there, he'll have a giant Eggman or something, and it has rocket packs that you have to jump over.
Alright, now Isabel Sanchez has been screaming for the last half hour what your favorite cartoon is.
Hello, Isabella. My favorite cartoon. Well, I guess the reason part of why I put it up is one, if I ever finish the channel and stop doing videos, I want it to be the last one. And two, it's so vague, you know. Right now, what I'm watching, obviously, some of my favorites, you look at best modern cartoons. Steven Universe, obviously, because of that intense, great emotional atmosphere, it's just a great place to visit. And despite being on the air for 2 years, it's just always grabbed me, and they always throw something new at it. Another one, obviously, is Stardust, the Force of Evil, but I really can't justify that one. I just love the animation, I love the Disney style, and that's a really pleasant Disney feel. It's a great combination of real fast-paced action, real fast-paced scenes that appeal to a shorter attention span, yet at the same time still having like fantastic phenomenal voice acting, really good animation obviously, that was very crisp, very fun to watch. I think that appeals to people on so many levels, or something like me anyway, so that's a personal favourite of mine. Let's see, oh yeah, Legend of Korra. I actually like that better than the original Avatar, because I've watched that series through so many times. Series 2, I think, is kind of average, like the characters aren't as well set up, but the Marco and Korra dating thing is very much brings the series down, because it's so not interesting compared to everything else that's going on, like the conspiracies, the terrorism, the questioning of identity, the fast-paced scenes, chases, like it just all comes together so well. It's like something you'd see in Studio Ghibli for. So I really do feel like of all the stuff I've watched, that's definitely one of the best. It's the best thing Nickelodeon will ever make at this point, obviously. I mean, we all know they've long since jumped the shark, but sadly, Brad Lucas is about to pick their cartoons now.
Alright, now Street Drink wants to know who your favorite Daria character is, and I kind of want to know that too.
Probably Jane, actually. I was thinking about it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because she's kind of a combination of Daria's cynicism that's been mellowed out to just more a casual acceptance, and she still finds...
She has an outlet for it, Daria really doesn't.
She has an outlet, she finds pleasure in life, and Daria has nothing in her life that brings her pleasure, and that's kind of what separates the two characters. Jane is, yeah, she's able to kind of just be a little bit more emotionally mature than Daria and accept things as they are, because she has that outlet. I think yours is Trent, isn't it?
Yeah, I always liked Trent. He was just he was the perfect stoner. Just like, yeah, we're thinking of changing the name for 5 seasons. We might change the name of our band, our cover band that does nothing.
Betrayal. Trent, you're not helping.
Anyway, let's see, what did you have for breakfast today?
I had 6 Weet-Bix and a banana. You can probably guess that. In fact, I brought several bananas along.
Okay. Oh, we have Donald Trump.
I'd like
What
to
do you
point out
think?
on that one thing, just quickly. No Gatorade used here at all.
Oh, it's all water.
Water, bananas, fruit. Gatorade is a massive sellout, and all these studies that have been funded by the same organisation that made the company. So there's a lot of don't buy Gatorade. Well, I don't personally recommend it. If you like it, go for it. But it's about 2,000 times the price of water.
2,000 times. That's impressive.
Do you get 2,000 times the quality of performance increase? When you're running, you lose salinity, you lose potassium, you lose fats. So best thing to do is one, keep up the fluids, obviously, drink when you're thirsty. Something with a little bit of salt is good. And obviously bananas have tons of potassium, so they're also really good. You'll find a lot of ultra runners who eat lots of bananas. Some people like to use caffeine, but that's purely up to you. That depends on your heart. So I'm a pretty sensitive heart, so I don't have much caffeine.
What do you think of Super Mario Odyssey?
So there's a question about Trump.
Yeah, no, Donald Trump is in the stream apparently. I'm choosing to ignore him.
Can you ban him, Trump?
No, I can't. I'm egalitarian. He may be an asshole, but I'm not going to ban him. That would be his move.
So I wouldn't
Damn it! Yeah, there was a question here that was actually
Mario.
good. Oh yeah, Mario Odyssey, the one where his hat apparently he lives in the same world as the rest of us and is just a deformed goblin.
The second I saw it, the first thing I thought was Station Square, Sonic Adventure Field.
Yeah, it was funny how many shots from that trailer literally aped the intro to Station Square to Sonic Adventure 1.
Even if you look at the trailer comments, everyone's like, "This is Sonic Adventure 3." And it's like, yeah. And I mean, obviously, it's got massive improvements, certainly in terms of physics and camera angles over that.
Oh yeah, I mean it'll be a much better game, but it's just interesting to see its style aped.
It's nice to see them actually copy something from Sega, you know? For those interested, currently done 6.6 kilometers, so getting there slowly.
And you are only 40 minutes in, see?
Yeah, we're getting there.
Eventually we'll be able to do something. What else have we got? Are you going to do a video on banned or lost cartoons?
Banned or lost cartoons? Well, you know I did controversial cartoons already, but YouTube justifiably made it adults only, so a lot of people don't know that. Banned cartoons, that would be really interesting. I'm going to add that to the request list, and I'll add it to the vote list and see how it does, provided I haven't forgot it all. Yeah.
To be fair, I want you to do Swedish cartoons next because we found so much gold on Swedish cartoons.
Raz and I were I was over at Raz's the other night just looking at random Swedish cartoons, and everything we found was garbage.
Oh no, there was one that was good, but there was one that was so horrifically bad that it literally evoked the Scream painting.
It was like the Uncanny Valley completely. So I've already started the script on that one, and that would probably be the next LiveStrider video. I know it's not exactly what people want, but everyone likes the worst video.
Let's see. Have you ever tried to make an animation? I don't think you've ever tried to make an animation, but I remember you tried to make a game called Blob.
I did. I made a game called Blob, and I wanted
Actually, now I think I did the animation for that.
I did the original, but you actually...
I did the actual good animation.
The good animations for it. There was this guy is actually incredibly creative intelligence, has incredible creative intelligence and visual intelligence, and I just cannot draw for the life of me. Managed to draw these intricate Sonic pictures that were just like so detailed.
Yeah. Favorite music genre?
Weird Al? Is Weird Al?
Weird Al is not a genre. He's a staple, not a genre. The genre would be parody in that case. And in that case, I'd say that you do like any other parody in that genre.
Yeah. In fact, I'll just look on my Google Music library.
I just told you Google Music Library up to the camera.
I listen to a lot of just sort of relaxing music, like I like Marina and the Diamonds, and I don't know if I should be embarrassed to admit that, but there's a sense of
Yes, you should.
well, she's aware of there's kind of this awareness of the totality of existence and kind of this existential question to it that kind of goes in with this excitement and joy, and I think that's such a beautiful thing, you know. What you want out of art and life to a certain extent, I think, is for the visceral and the intellectual to collide as fast as possible.
Kentucky Wolf Chicken just wants me to know that that Weird Al is his own genre.
Oh yeah.
So please continue. I'm just saying
he's
not a genre.
Christy's a massive fan of Weird Al as well. So yes, I'm right on board with that. And often he just makes the song so much better. You're just something like
Happy.
Happy. Yes, Happy is perfect.
Happy is so much better than Happy.
And like he even sounds like a better beat. And like it's actually self-aware. I love cartoons, comedy, parodies that are self-aware, that are aware of the blackness behind it and making the most of it. I think that's so important.
Have you ever listened to any? Berkeley wants to know if you've listened to our Latin American music.
Latin American. I just
Don't look at me.
a few bars.
I can't, but I mean,
look at the comments. Done.
yeah, that'll be really useful.
I'm sorry, I'm not too.
That would be like,
Latin America.
yeah, that would be. Actually, I guess Ricky Martin.
Ricky Martin.
I don't know. That's like the funny thing is, I know people who listen to Latin American music, but I actually don't know anything about it. So
sorry, Leslie, I have no idea on that one, but I will pull out some of my other favorite music. So, any help to anyone?
do you like the IT crowd?
Oh yeah, Raz and I love the IT crowd. The best part, like everyone remembers, was the fire scene. Because dear, the fire department, help, fire, hope to see you soon. It's just so well timed. He's got the fire sitting right there. It's just compartmentalized and moved everything around. It's so beautifully autistic, so beautifully obsessive compulsive. And, something like the IT thread.
Oh, this will be hard. You have to say something good about Ed, Ed, and Eddie. That's impossible.
It was short.
Yeah,
it wasn't
it
short.
ended.
Yeah, it ended.
It had an ending.
Really good. Like, no, to me, I know some people like the types did not like the animation. I did not like the voices; they were grating. All the characters were backstabbing. This one big jaw breakers, very two-dimensional. And I know people love it. I'm sorry. It's just, as I said, isn't that funny how people's opinions are so different? We both watched it growing up, and neither of us were massive fans. So I don't think I have as much of a just watching it as an adult. I do have that childhood mindset for it. I think anyway. So yes, not much good I can say about it. I guess compared to Brothers Grunt, it was so much better. This was animated by the same guys. I think that was the story was by the same guys. That was a Canadian cartoon, I think. Ed and Eddie. So yeah, sadly, that was one of the few ones I would have. It's probably the best of the Canadian cartoons that I know of. That's the thing, because there is that creative element there. There is that different settings, different setups, and making something big out of something small through imagination. But it was just never a good feel for the show for me. So I can see what some people like in it in terms of there was some ingenuity to it, but just not compared to some of the other Cartoon Network shows. I probably liked it better than Cow and Chicken.
Okay, well,
I'll try and quieten my steps a bit.
yeah, all I can hear is just you. And, well, no, not you so much as your feet hitting the treadmill repeatedly. Let's go. I saw something good. Well, he can't answer anything about Overwatch. He doesn't even know what it is. I can, but you can't, so that's important. The quality's terrible, I know that. You're a good man, yes, he is. Automagic wants to know Captain Pugwash. Yeah. Automagic wants to know whether Captain Pugwash trust Eric is worse.
Could you speak up a bit, Raz?
Which is worse, Captain Pugwash or Stress Eric?
Captain Pugwash. Stressed Eric had kind of a different scenario. It was had some kind of sitcom value to it. They were kind of attempting jokes with it. Captain Pugwash, though, that being said, Captain Pugwash has the excuse of being made on a zero budget. And at least it had entertainment value. I mean, any cartoon where you get a character named Monster Maze and stuff, there's some comedic value to be had there.
This is good. Drake Bavata wants to know what your workout routine is. Do you want to step up through your daily workout routine?
I try to put about 3 to 4 hours in script, video editing, audio editing, voice acting on most days. And after that, I'll normally do I try to do about an hour of cardiovascular. But that being said, most people 30 minutes is more than adequate. I'm just a bit obsessive compulsive over it.
Also, how do people donate, given this is a charity?
There is a link in the description. Sorry, I should have said that. If you would like to donate, you don't have to, but if you'd like to, if you look in the description, there should be a link. And I should know the name of. I don't. Have a look. Let's see. Yeah, so there should be a tiltify.com/event/PhantomStrider in the description. And let me just double check that link works. Yes, it does. So, yeah, that should be one. If you would like to donate, feel free to ask questions, what you can or not donate.
That's adorable. Master Chief does the One Punch Man, 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 etc., and then 10-kilometer run. How often do you run up Mount Cooper, which is a 20K?
I used to run up once a week. Right now we're having a massive heat wave in Brisbane to the point where it's not sensible. You're looking at like 40 degrees days.
We actually did want to do this out. Well, you wanted to do this outside. I refused to have anything to do with it, but this is a good compromise.
I really wanted to do this outside because I wanted to show people the.
Turns out drones are expensive though.
Yeah, drones are about $2,500, and I might as well give that to a charity. So there's like not really much point to that, as much as I would like to. Maybe if I'd saved up a lot of money someday or something, I'll get a drone or something, and that would be fun. I'd do that on like every few months or so. That'd be great. But yeah, it's expensive for now. I thought this would be a good way to start.
Right, who's your favourite South Park character?
But it's that'd be fun.
Of course, it's Butters.
Well, he's in like every freaking end. Like,
I know.
It's like, he's in the freaking picture. Like, on Strider's channel.
Is it Butters or Professor Chaos?
Oh, yeah. I do like Professor Chaos. He is awesome. Butters is just such a good. He's got such a good spirit, and as the show has gone on, he's actually gotten wiser. And I love how he still keeps that open mind and that innocent spirit, despite being through like attempted suicides, seeing his family trying to kill himself, being like the freaking Mexico immigrant star, he's through all these crazy things. He's always kept this very positive outlet. He can occasionally be manipulated by Eric a bit, but he's always kept that good spirit to him, and I think that's just so admirable.
Amigo wants to know what we thought of Bojack Horseman, and I think we'd have to sit down and actually talk about that, because that's one of those ones where you actually made me watch it because you needed to have some idea what to say about it, and neither of us came up with anything. It's like, it exists.
That's the thing. I watched the whole series. Enter recommended it to me on Skype, and I was just unsure what to say, because I did like it. I liked it a lot, but it was like an animated, a really good quality, smart animated sitcom. It was like something I hadn't really seen before. There wasn't a real setup and story and chain of events. Things just kind of happened. It was almost like watching the day-to-day life of this force. And I think there was so much to be got from it, though. I think there was deep messages in there and things that I still think back on today. The one that really stuck most was that fame changes people, and I think that's such an example sometimes. People can often stop growing when they get fame because everyone accepts them for who they are, so they no longer have to improve themselves in order to be better for their friends, family, and society. And that's why you sometimes get these very petulant, childish celebrities, I think. And also things like that just simply asking things like why we do certain things, why we try to achieve things, and that very much showing the finality and the short-term joys we get. And it's a deep message of just seeing the pleasures in the small things and having gratefulness. And there's so much that can be gotten from that. It's hard to like Bojack's character, but I think it's kind of on purpose. Brad, you're not really inputting much for this.
Sorry, I'm trying to set up a Bluetooth headset so that you do have a better mic. So you keep talking about Bojack.
Yeah, and I think I think it's interesting because it's in a way not always meant to be enjoyed. It's meant to be just kind of experienced, and sometimes you can leave an episode feeling very affected, but not really happy or anything like that. And I think you walk out of it more with a different experience and a bit wiser for it. And I think that's we need a bit more of that. I think in animated sitcom time. Really looking for. I'm still very compelled by the series. I really want to see what happens next with Bojack. We left on a real note. Spoiler alert for a second. If you haven't watched the series, we really leave on the odd end point with Bojack trying to crash himself and kill himself, and then seeing.
He does that every series.
Does he?
He pretty much hits rock bottom at the bottom of every series.
He does. Yeah. No, at the end of one series, he got his award. He just finished that movie performance, and he was actually on top. Throat's getting dry.
Well, maybe you should drink then.
Yes. Excuse me. So, yeah, I'm really compelled. I think it's one of the most compelling cartoons I've ever watched, to be honest. But not necessarily something you watch when you want to be put in a more cheery mood or if you're in a very dark place. It's not nearly as bad as something like House, which is not bad. House is very well done, but like it's something that has no real positivity at the end, no real positive energy at the end. It's almost like horror, and it just leaves you feeling powerless and helpless. But Bojack has a little bit more to it if you think deeply about it, and I think it makes a really good quality cartoon. Definitely looking forward to seeing more of it. What was the next question, Dennis?
Your next one is, let's see, favorite Canadian cartoon.
I think we already covered that one.
You said favorite cartoon, but not Canadian.
Favorite Canadian at the start, I didn't really have a choice on that because
Okay.
when I do best Canadian cartoons, I'll let you know.
All right. What about the Invader Zim list?
Invader Zim list is in the best episodes.
Yeah. Or any Invader Zim list.
Let's start with yours, Bryce.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know my favorites. Like, I love the one where Gaz becomes a gamer girl. Or where
That's right.
she is game girl, but she goes to get the new console
That's
and
right,
has to add possibly warn someone to get it.
Gaz was such a fun character, and she was just one of the best minor characters I've seen. You get, she's just such a good foil to Dib that works so well together. My favorite would probably be Zimmy's Waffles, because it's just the most...
I hate that episode. I've
Because
seen
you
it
watched
so
it a million
many
times.
times.
I don't know, watch it a million times, Raz.
You can say that, but shut up.
Maybe you liked it so much because it was such a good episode.
No, I didn't. It just happened to be on.
Well, that's the thing, out of all the episodes, that was always the one I came back to. It was like, I'm going to rewatch this. Tap's spaceship episode where they meet the horrible girl named Tag or something. Tag, yeah, that was really good. What was that episode we were talking about with that Halloween special? That was also really good.
Oh, the Halloween special was amazing. That's just Zim's Halloween to Spooky Doo.
Yeah, very creative designs, very dark at the same time. It was like something you'd see in early Tim Burton. It was like something animated or cartoony Nightmare Before Christmas of its own kind of Zim style.
See, Nightmare Before Christmas was never that horrific. Zim's got a visual style that's far more horrific, whereas Nightmare Before Christmas is dark looking, but like the actual visual style. There's a literal point at the end of that episode where the monster comes out of the wormhole and sees all the kids, and they're more horrific than she is, and she just climbs back in.
That's right, because the Zim, the Zim world is just so darkly made that it was, and it was very a black, cynical looking society. And like every part of the show kind of emanates that. Except arguably the main character Dib, who is a complete outcast. Which I think is, saying that isolation and being intellectual sort of thing.
Well, he wants to be considered an intellectual. He's not.
I don't know, he does some pretty smart crap.
He does some pretty smart crap, but at the same time, he also does some pretty dumb crap.
Definitely, that's another of my favorite cartoons, I think. Certainly, Legend of Korra is definitely way up there, but a bit further down the line, I'd say Zim. What was the next question, Rex?
Let's see. Thoughts on Danny Phantom?
Oh, well, Butch Hartman is really trying to make happen, has been for a while, from my understanding anyway, a sequel to the series, but they just won't greenlight him, and all these fans are behind him. Butch Hartman has his own YouTube channel, actually. I recommend it. He does things like show us what Danny Phantom would look like 10 years in the future, and that sort of thing. So, yeah, he's a great guy, so I do recommend his channel a lot. I didn't mind the ending. I actually thought the ending had some really good. A lot of people give Danny Phantom crap for its ending, but I actually thought it was really good, like how all the ghosts and humans combine together to essentially turn it to heel. And he goes to the ghost world and comes back and gets his powers back. And it's such a dramatic moment when he gets his powers back. I still think that scene is fantastic. So I actually didn't mind the ending. I thought it ended on a good note. Great voice acting in that show.
Great voice acting.
Yeah, Robert Paulson particularly. That was the voice actor. Whitehead. Yeah, did a really good job in that.
Alright, so Cooney's been asking for the past hour, like, what your thoughts on Thomas the Tank Engine are. I've been ignoring it, but I can't anymore. I just want to stop.
I've talked about this before in West Kids cartoons. The British had such creativity with their kids' cartoons. And I think Peppa Pig is a fine example of looking back. Look at that side by side of something like Beavis and Zim or Thomas the Tank Engine. And you just look at the difference in creativity. It's very average animation, very little happening. It's just so lackluster. You compare it to some of the creative, rich ideas and rich scenery you get in something like Thomas the Tank Engine. And the British are so classy with their voice acting, you know, all their cartoons. So many of their cartoons just have this, they take it very seriously. It's like Japanese animation, they take it as an art. I really think that shows in their kids' shows. They don't talk down to their kids. So even Noddy, something like freaking Noddy, was just such a step up. It stimulates the child's imagination, which is just so admirable in comparison. I think when you treat the kids with that much respect, it's really something to appreciate. So yeah, a lot of respect for something like Thomas. I grew up with it.
I saw a while back someone asked about My Little Pony, and I'm sure you actually have been watching that recently.
Yeah,
I still haven't touched it. I refuse to touch it with a pole.
At first, I was wondering, why is there a 20-something male fan base to this? But then I started watching the episode, and I was like, okay, well, it's not specifically appealing to that female demographic, but it's so intricate and detailed. And as I said, such a rich world. And the orchestrated music is like something you hear out of a Disney film. And the voice acting, again, is like one of them, I think, was like, it's almost like listening to Velvet singing. It's just so well put together. So, I have a lot of respect for it now. And,
Really?
yeah, I'm actually going to talk about it in Best Kids Cartoons.
Alright, fine. You can give more press to it. It won't go away unless we get rid of it, unless we stop talking about it.
Well, no, there's actually value to be had there. It's something to be appreciated there. And even if I'm not saying I'm a massive crony or anything like that, but I can certainly see the value in it. So, yeah.
I'm just disappointed with you. I'm never going to talk to you again.
Big Eva is my favorite character, probably, in case you're wondering.
Let's see. What are your thoughts on how Adventure Time's changed?
Now we're going to hear a bit from you as well, Raz, on this. So, first off, let's see your thoughts on it.
On my thoughts has actually gotten better as it's gone along because they actually figured out that their audience wasn't, 10 or 5 to 10. They figured out that they've actually put a deeper story in there, and that recent miniseries, Stakes, was really good because they spent, a series not giving anything from Marceline.
Stakes was a great example of just how the series has changed. Essentially, it's a mini-series of Marceline, for those who don't have seen it, where she's trying to stop the 1,000-year repetition of the vampires and tries to kill off all the vampires, but in the end, she just repeats the cycle again. And it's just an example of the epic timeline, the intricate story, and just that inner seriousness, and just how amazing the world is, I think. So, I think it's gotten better in some ways, but at the same time, it's not as approachable unless you are older and have a longer attention span and prepared to sit down for a couple of episodes, because if you miss a single episode, you get lost now. I find it so hard to keep up with. So I had to very consciously sit down and say, okay, I'm going to watch the series through. I
actually know a bunch of people who've done that though. They've stopped watching somewhere around series 3 and then tried to get back in 5. It's like, what has happened here? I have to go and catch up on everything.
Like thinking Blob is dead. Essentially, their god is dead. then the dimensional
Three,
traveler
no,
is dead.
their 3 gods are dead.
They've got like 3 gods, and then there's a god above that god. There's like a friend of the dimensional traveler.
But they're all actually just from Mars, so it's like, yeah, it's weird.
And then they're orbiting around Earth, and I'm like, what is going on? And I keep thinking, it took over or something. This cartoon must be freaking amazing. I'm thinking maybe that's how they're keeping their rockets, they're keeping the ratings from consenting adults who are doing drugs.
Let's
Don't do
see.
drugs.
Code Lyoko.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been streamed about 1,000 times.
I'm sorry, anime just isn't my thing anymore. Plus, if I actually do talk about anime, like Doug did, which essentially started the WCFU movement, I'll get copyright strikes. So, like, and they're so stubborn with the copyright strikes that as much as anime started my channel, I just really can't talk about it anymore. And I actually prefer Western cartoons nowadays. I know there's still amazing stuff out there, like Studio Ghibli animes, which I do still watch, but yeah,
I've actually been watching Berserk. The 1997 one. I didn't realize how many different things had cribbed from that anime style. Like, there are so many visual references I see now that I'm like, you're copying Berserk with that. But yeah, one of my friends recommended it. It was fairly violent. I mean, most of it's MA-15, but the rest of it, it's interesting because it's that 1997 sort of original hand-drawn anime, but at the same time, it is hyper-violent. So it's like, but it doesn't have the budget. You know how Evangelion ran critically out of budget?
Oh, yes.
They did. This one clearly didn't have that budget to begin with, so they do a lot of stills that just move over stills in the middle of horrific violence, which is kind of weird.
And it has that cheesy violence from where, like, the blood splashes all over the screen.
I wouldn't have said it's cheesy. I mean, he literally cleaves people in half on the regular. It's kind of fun to watch. You sit back and like, I'm going to keep a body count. Like the last episode I just watched, he killed literally 100 men, and he was like, I'm okay. I mean, I'm wounded, but I'm okay. Why did I do that? I don't know.
I was wondering, currently it's 10.5, so getting there.
And 1 hour 6, so yeah, you're roughly on schedule. I mean, you'll need to take a break to take a piss anyway, and hopefully I'll set up the Bluetooth by then, but that should be fine.
I'm fine for now. I might get used to jog or slow run.
I'm not jogging or slow running.
Well, I need to take a pee or
Well, then we can take a break.
Oh, I can't take a break.
Yes, you can. I can pause. Let's see. Anyway, back to the chat.
Other questions?
Let's see. People want to meet you. What are your thoughts on the Mighty Boosh?
Mighty Boosh.
Never heard of it.
I'm going to look it up because I'm curious.
I'm going to guess just based on the name that you won't like what you find.
Mighty B-O-O-S-H. Mighty Boosh. Is that like a kids show or something?
I have no idea. Why are you asking me?
EJB Management. It's a British comedy. Featuring... Oh, no, it's a British comedy. Well, I can talk British comedy in terms of that. Whereas I really like the new Red Dwarf series, by the way. I thought some of them have been...
Have you watched them all yet? Because you came over and you were like, they haven't been released. I'm like, I literally have all of them.
Yeah,
You're like, no, they haven't been released. I'm like, I literally have all of them.
Oh, yeah, I thought they hadn't been released, and Raz had already picked them all
You
up.
need to check the Wikipedia article more often.
Yeah, clearly I do. Yeah, but they somehow actually managed to make the series a little bit better, I think.
It's because it's got an internal consistency now. Previously, you had about 6 different backstories for every character, and it just changed based on season.
Yeah.
Whereas now they're trying to stick to certain things that they previously established.
Yeah.
Also because they've kind of reduced it back to the original cast in the Red Dwarf. Though I'm disappointed they don't have Holly anymore, the ship's computer. I don't know why.
Really good.
He was so good. I really wish they'd bring him back. Maybe they will. They've done that before, but you know.
Yeah, Holly kind of brought this kind of objective personality to the whole thing and just how silly these humans were. That added some good value. Like I said, I've never been a fan of the cat. I've never liked the cat, and I don't think he really adds anything to the show.
He adds airheaded. Well, yeah, you know, he's airheaded and vapid, but that's kind of funny in his case. I actually like the episode where he finally gets a girlfriend, and it turns out to be a giant polymorph. Or have you not seen that one yet?
I haven't seen that one.
God damn it! Well, I gave you all the episodes to watch. How have you not watched them yet?
Well, I've been doing I was doing worst movies of all time at the moment, and I was kind of busy with it. I wanted to make that one really good.
Anthony Berloco wants to know, seriously, what's your life story with more exclamation marks than I want to admit.
Life story?
Yeah,
Well,
that would be very long and boring.
I'll try and sum it up as quickly as I can.
He runs a lot.
Run lots to stave off extreme anxiety. I have mild religious. I went to a lot of different schools and was a bit of a geek. Hung out in the library. I like cartoons. I like bananas. I like apples. Let's see. I did the military Navy for a little while. It's basic training. Learned a lot from that. Learned I never want to do it again. Been through a lot of crappy jobs. I love my current job. Absolutely adore it. This is a wonderful, wonderful thing I'm doing here. I was looking last night at just some of the community comments on my announcement video, and I thought, holy crap, I'm just so damn lucky because someone said it so well. It's like a family, and I'm so proud of all the things I've got. I'm most proud of my community because people, they accept each other. They're inviting and welcoming of new ideas. They're accepting of other people's opinions, and I think if I had any effect on that, I just think that is such a humbling, wonderful thing. So yeah, that's certainly most grateful for. I hope I can keep doing this for quite a while yet.
Comic book fanatic wants to know whether you think your life would make a good movie.
I think it would be a boring movie.
Yeah, I've been there for most of it. I don't think it'd be all that interesting.
Well, excuse me, princess. I've tried to silence my steps as much as I can.
Yeah. Honestly, when you eventually take a break, because you will eventually have to go to the toilet, I'll give you the Bluetooth headset. You can use that as a
We
microphone.
can try it now if you want.
I can't, because I can't get it paired, because I need to restart the adapter. So.
Oh, restart the adapter. Does that mean it's in the computer? Or
Yes.
can't you just use CC Cleaner or log out and in?
Not while we're streaming.
Well, no, not while we're streaming, obviously, no.
Okay, have your studies in psychology helped you to analyze cartoons?
They've helped me to analyze YouTube. They've helped me to analyze my style, and that probably sounds egocentric, but they've helped me to make small changes. I think that when things like knowing that people generally most remember best of an experience, the start and end of something, and a little bit in between, so to put extra time and effort into getting your point across and showing your character and attitude in the beginning and end of something. I think movies have actually taught me a lot about that as well. When you look at something like Avengers 2, you can kind of break that down and look at some of the psychology aspects and how they're trying to make the human experience as bright and pleasant as possible for their 2-hour runtime. Yeah, I think there's a lot to be learned about psychology and movies and combining them together. I don't know which show to try.
We've got Swordman Boggle didn't realize when you made an announcement video about doing a marathon stream that you meant an actual marathon.
Oh.
See, most people say marathon stream, they mean playing video games for 20 hours. You meant an actual marathon.
Oh. No, I'm actually going to run. I'll do the whole thing. I think, mental health and cardiovascular go together very well. It's very, very healthy to do not this much cardio. Don't necessarily have to do this much cardio, but half an hour to sometimes an hour, depends how you go. Of moderate cardio per day. I personally can't speak of any real value in muscle work except vanity, but you benefit your heart greatly, you benefit your mind with lots of beta endorphins, you get a better balance of serotonin from my understanding. So there are so many values to it also stays up Alzheimer's. If you're older, there's so many values to a little bit of cardiovascular on a regular basis, twice a week, once a week. So in terms of mental health, I cannot stress enough how a little bit of cardio can do wonders. And if you can only walk, just walk. If you want to try out a little bit of slow jog, that can be great value as well. But yeah, I can certainly attest to that. It's helped keep my anxiety in check as well as meditation for many years, because my anxiety has generally gotten worse since I entered my 20s, so I have started to sort of get more balanced.
So have you got any blisters yet? No.
No, I don't get blisters. When I did the Navy, everyone in my platoon got blisters, except me for some reason.
Because you have an enormous duck feet.
I have duck feet, some 15 duck feet.
Let's see, what else have we
Thanks for anyone tuning in, by the way, in case you're interested. Currently, we are at just about 12 kilometers, so getting there.
So another 30 kilometers to go.
Oh, we're getting there.
Let's see. Oh, that's an idea. What about a top 10 or bottom 10 worst cartoon theme songs list?
Okay. Worst. One of the worst would be Angela Anaconda's theme song.
I don't think they meant right now.
Oh,
I think
okay.
they meant, would you consider doing that as a project?
It's been asked a couple of times, and I guess I used to get told a lot of copying into, and I didn't even watch the stuff. Though I like the guy, I Skype chat with him very regularly. So I try to avoid any list he's done, and I did see that pop up in my feed.
Also, your mother tells you to drink again.
All right. Hi, Mom.
Yeah, I'm trying to manage 3 different streams at once here.
You're
So that's,
doing a wonderful job, Raz.
Yeah. What exactly have we Sonic. I mean, JRandom Cool keeps asking if we play Sonic.exe, but I have no idea what
I can tell
Sonic.exe
you
is.
exactly what Sonic.exe is, because I have seen it.
What is it?
Sonic.exe is, creepypasta.
Yeah.
Sonic.exe is the most horrifying, creepy, disturbing, horrible 60-odd seconds of Sonic footage ever put into. It's horrible. No. It's essentially a horror, and I still remember images of that. It was really good quality use of like 16-bit graphics to turn it into something horrible. So yeah, essentially, Tails dies, everyone dies. You just got this apocalyptic, horrible setting, which I think Sonic is running through. Lots of horrible jump scares at the end. It's just, I don't recommend it. Unless you like horror, and if you like horror, I do recommend it.
Okay. Have you seen the Alvin and the Chipmunks reboot on Nick?
A reboot?
What's the point of rebooting Alvin and the Chipmunks? It was terrible to begin with.
Do they mean
maybe
the
they're
horrible
trying to get...
sellout movies?
No, apparently, it says, what are your thoughts on the Alvin and the Chipmunks reboot on Nick?
Yeah, there's a reboot of it on Nick. I do remember that, the disturbing CG and stuff. Well, it's a series that actually got recommended for, I think, worst remakes, because it was really poor quality. It's just nothing. It's like the Donkey Kong cartoon. I think it's actually reviewing that one in comics because we used it in the 90s, less he was telling me. But it's just essentially nothing. It's just like the most boring, uninspired jokes. Very ugly looking CG. It's a bit like the new Garfield, new CG Garfield show.
Okay. So who's your favorite YouTuber?
Honestly, the one I watch most is probably Nostalgia Critic, but I actually don't watch that many of his reviews nowadays. I actually tend to watch his real thoughts because I like the person more than the persona nowadays.
Alright. Well, if you could recommend a YouTuber that you think could use a shout out, who would you recommend?
I like Extra Credits if you like games. They do
Extra History.
well, if you like history, yeah. But, I like Extra Credits because they do very much sort of both psychology and games, and kind of combining the two, and like the gaming experience. And I know that sounds boring, but they do it really well. So, yeah, Extra Credits, I recommend it. I don't watch that many Let's Plays, to be honest.
No, you can tell by the quality of ours that we don't watch many.
Yeah, actually, that's true, yeah. I used to watch Yassi's Let's Plays, but
That was Let's Drown Out. That was literally just him going, let's talk over this game, which is pretty much exactly what we do.
And again, I found Yahtzee kind of interesting, and this is essentially what we do anyway, so like, yeah, so I don't watch too many Let's Plays, so obviously Channel Awesome, recommend, Doug's been making quality stuff for over 8 years, and really puts a lot of time into the script and doesn't ever really sell out.
So Austin Callback actually thinks that your complaints about the regular show are addressed in the later seasons and thinks you should look at it again.
Well, and that is very true. My complaints of the regular show are based on season 1 and season 2 of the parts of the episodes I've seen. So, as I said, if I am wrong on that and they are addressed, go for it. Or the characters not become this millennial.
You are a millennial. You are a millennial. We keep having this argument. You and I, we are both Gen Y / millennials, so it's not that's an issue. Your issue with it is their lack of direction and their lack of care about anything other than their own fun.
And I think it's just, you were the, as I mentioned in the review, kind of the one who gave me a good example of contrasting it to Dario, because the characters are disillusioned in that too, and are kind of apathetic at the same time. They want things to change. There isn't this blasé acceptance of the kind of situation as it is. And I find that kind of blasé acceptance kind of disturbing, I guess. So it doesn't go down as well with me.
Alrighty.
Sorry, as I get slightly fatigued, I'm fine.
I know, it's going to be hilarious. Once you're actually at the 4-hour mark, you're going to not be able to speak straight.
Oh, I can speak the whole way, but...
You have enough of lung capacity to run a marathon as well as talking. That's impressive.
Well, I normally have a chat nowadays with whoever I'm running with as I go, just to make the time pass faster.
Hero Network wants to know if you have a wife.
Yeah.
No, that was easily solved. What's your overall opinion of Fairly Odd Parents?
Fairly Odd Parents I've been actually considering for the best kids cartoon list. And I felt like I really should include it. But I just haven't watched enough of it, and I don't think it quite fits into that younger kids category where it's more directly aimed at that younger kids demographic. I think it's more the young teens that it appeals to. It's very creative. I love the fact that you do get all those different intricate settings with the two main characters with their fairy magic. But I don't know, I never really liked the main character that much. To me, it felt like just kind of a generic
Little Timmy.
Yeah. So,
Literally called Little Timmy.
yeah, and so I probably haven't watched enough of it though, but it just wasn't one I've taken the time to get into. So I'm sure it's great. I've only seen the worst episodes for when I did worst episodes of good cartoons.
The Guardians of the Galaxy 2, Volume 2. Did you enjoy Galaxy Volume 1, Guardians of Volume
Hell
1?
yeah.
I actually haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it?
Nope. See, this is the thing. I've seen 3 Marvel movies. Avengers 2, Civil War, and I think I saw the original Iron Man years ago, but I've actually seen so few of them.
You'll notice it's all the most Marvel ones you've seen. This is because I forced
Yeah, you dragged me to them.
Saying, no, I need someone to help me review it. No, you've got to come with me. Because I'm like, no, guys, you've got to see this. And I think you can say, attest that it's been pretty good quality. Like, certainly more sophisticated than most stuff you'll see in the cinemas nowadays, When you got stuff like Pixels coming out, it's hard to not say, yeah.
And there's an emoji movie coming out.
Oh, that's so many, isn't it? It's just like, I think a lot of people are looking forward to making fun of that one.
Alright. Sonic Brody Universe Z. That's the worst
Sonic
name I think we've ever read. Wants to know what your opinion on Lion Guard is, and I've never heard of it, so I can't help you on that. Lion Guard.
Lion Guard? I'm sorry, I haven't heard of that one.
Well, that was easily solved.
Sorry about that.
Favorite DBZ character? Clearly Goku.
Yeah, I'd say Goku and Piccolo. I think I mentioned before, I don't like what Gohan became. I used to like Gohan's character a bit, but even then he was a bit of a generic tough kid. But I don't know if that was to do with the English voice acting. I'd say Piccolo and Goku. Piccolo was just a great outcast character, both in Team 4-Star Abridged and the original Dragon Ball Z English dub.
Team 4-Star Abridged is basically the definitive version now. Like, it actually is better acted and edited than the original series.
I wouldn't say it's better acted, because I love the Funimation voice cast, but it's something different in its entirety. I like the character of Goku more in the Funimation because he's not just a complete moron. He is a free spirit who is just openly accepting of what he has and what he wants And I think that's such a good, interesting character. Yeah, but I'd say Piccolo and Goku.
Okay. Now, this question has been repeatedly asked, and I have no idea what it actually means. Oh, sorry. Maybe you should drink?
Probably.
Yes, there's a thought. Once you run out, tell me. I'll go get you more water.
Much obliged.
So yeah, we've had a couple of. This has been asked a few times, and I have no idea what it means. But what's your favorite magical girl anime?
I'll let you.
What the hell is that? Oh wait, no, I know. Well, hold on a sec. What is this genre?
Magical Girl's essentially got a character like Goo,
where she comes in and ruins someone's life.
And it's like just this crazy girl who just completely bends time and space around all the other blasé characters. Probably can't actually like watch any in a while, unless you can consider Star vs. the Force of Evil it kind of is actually. Star vs. the Force of Evil is a bit of a magical girl. Westernized version with certainly so many aspects of magical girl anime. So yeah, probably Homegirl Cube.
Okay.
I'm watching the years though.
So at an hour and a half, how far along are you?
I am at 13.30 kilometers, so getting there steadily. I've slowed it down a bit.
So did you say 10.30?
No, 13.30.
Oh right, sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to it's going a bit slower, sorry, just because I am trying to, I could go a little faster, I could do about 13. If everyone gets bored and tune out, I'll go a bit faster to move it along. But I've had to decrease it to about 9 just to try and minimize the sound of my footsteps.
Okay, what's your least favorite Pokemon? The actual like species.
Bronzong.
Oh yeah, Bronzong. Yeah, no, I agree with that. That thing is a pain in the ass.
It is like metal. It is, I don't know, it's got these different
It's got ridiculous HP, it's metal, it just doesn't seem to be weak to anything, and it's just annoying. It's even poorly, it doesn't even look good.
They gave it a third evolution just to give a middle finger to everyone, which had even more HP, even more defense and special defense. And it's just this, it's like hitting a giant metal wall. And this is like, there is no Pokemon I have in my party that can effectively fight Bronzong. Fortunately, they seem to have learned from their lessons and, see it very often in their new games. But, it's annoying Pokemon. My favorite actual genre of Pokemon is Ghost and Psychic.
That's a type, not a genre.
Oh. My favorite type is Ghost and Psychic, yeah.
Yes, I know.
What's your favorite wrestler?
I don't know, Fire and Lightning usually.
Fire and Lightning.
Fire because I got Talonflame back in X and Y and I've just never turned back, and Lightning because I've always liked the electric types.
Yeah. Does anyone else have? I'm curious what other people's favorites are in the live stream.
Don't do that. Now I'm going to have to read all the types people
Just
like.
give me a general feel for some of them. I'll get you this.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, what are your thoughts on Beavis and Butt-Head while people are catching up?
Beavis and Butt-Head. That was very much a product of the 90s, I think. It was very much of that gross out era. I turned out chatting about this in Skype, actually. During the 90s, pretty much after Red and Stimpy, we had this large, almost avalanche of gross out parodies that Beavis and Butt-Head did quite well. It was one of the few that did it well. We then got stuff like Mega Babies, which was just so grotesque. It was one of the worst cartoons of all time. That just washed out. They didn't understand what made the parody good. They didn't really understand the flavor. So it just ended up being washed up disasters.
And just as the count goes, so far it's pretty even. Everyone likes Steel, Fire, Lightning, Ghost, Fighting, all sorts of it. The only thing I haven't seen is Grass, and I think we all know that it's because that just is so weak.
Steel, yeah, Steel is fun. That's the thing.
I haven't been able to get a Steel type as a permanent member of my team though.
Yeah.
I tried Skarmory, I tried Steelix, and I tried Sizor. I've never been able to get one as a permanent member of the team because Fire is its main weakness.
Yeah, and Fire.
You can just melt it.
I would say Fire would be one of the favorites of the, arguably because of someone like Charizard, he kind of popularized the fire element, I tend to see a lot of fire Pokemon in people's parties on the rare occasions I do take a look. So yeah, and so I like Steel as well. I kept on trying to get Steelix into my party during the Gold era. But again, I had the same problem.
Yeah, it's just...
across fire Pokemon.
Yeah, you come across fire Pokemon, they just melt, because they've got naturally high defense but naturally low special defense, and unfortunately almost all the fire moves and the powerful ones are special type rather than physical type. So it just melts.
Actually, that's true. You look at the physical moves and you got stuff like Bite. Like, I see so many Pokemon with Bite, or Crunch, or...
Well, the top tier moves you're going to see in the fire types are all special rather than being physical. So for most of the steel types which have high physical and low special, that's going to be a problem. Like the highest tier you're going to see in physical fire is probably Flame Blast, which is the one where they slightly raise their speed in exchange for a 50 damage attack, which is not good.
I remember like when Slowbro has Headbutt and Send Headbutt, and essentially the same moves except one's special and one's regular. And yeah, very rarely. Physical moves are more rare. I never really realized that before. Any other big questions, actually?
Yeah, do you like Skylanders?
Skylanders? I have no problem with it. I think my little brothers and stepbrothers used to play it, and they no big things, and I saw it over their shoulders, and I've certainly got no. You know, Spider has been around for ages. He was actually grew up in the 90s with Ben and me. And I think it's kind of a neat gimmick with the figurines and how it gives them a bit of interaction outside the machine. Spyro is harmless. That's the thing. It's a good quality action. 3D. It's really nothing to complain about. So yeah, I don't mind Skylanders.
Okay. All right. Let's see. 2001: A Space Odyssey. Have you ever actually watched it?
I wish I really need to watch that because, like,
I think you're about 30 years too late.
That's the thing. It's so dated at this point. I start to get into it, and I'm like, oh, this is so dated, but I need to understand the references because everyone in the world, I think, they calls it cultural osmosis. You know the
where you know the actual plot of what's going to happen because you've seen it parodied so many
you
times.
see it's referenced all the time. You know, every critic I know, except one critics I know, tend to actually reference it. And you know, it looks like a really high quality movie of what is it like? You have that weird robot like Hal, and who's like this evil.
Someone literally just made a Hal reference in the chat, so yes, that's the right movie.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Dave.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. I think one of Doug's videos on most scary villains actually talks about Hal, and I thought, yeah, that's true, because he's essentially an artificial intelligence with no sort of human emotional constraint. Yet he was made by man. And it's a very terrifying thing to see something that is completely objective that just wants to destroy. And I think that's a very scary thing. So I think we've learned a lot from 2001: Space Odyssey.
Yeah, not to send people into space with killer AIs. Now we do it with benign AIs.
I suppose Terminator taught us that too, didn't
Yeah, I mean, that's 80s sci-fi in a nutshell. Killer AIs. Let's see, what else?
What that was, we got so many...
well, because at that point, the concept of AI was not new enough, but it was we were out of the AI winter, and people thought AIs would still be done in the next 10 years. The unfortunate thing is we still haven't got a general model of reality that we can program into it.
And we still can't figure out creativity. Didn't you say like 10% of the brain or something? No, not even 10%. Was managed to be emulated by like a couple of supercomputers.
Yeah, that was it. They got Deep Blue. So a couple of years back, IBM did an experiment with Deep Blue, their supercomputer, where they managed to emulate 3% of the neurons and synapses going on in the brain with one of the biggest supercomputers in the world.
I did
That's a few years ago.
I did neurons recently in psychology. And this is essentially the makeup of every being's brain in the universe, or every person's organs in the universe, and you got like this action potential and the sodium combinations all happening. We all have like quadrillions of neurons and axions, all these little actions firing around instantaneously in our bodies, and it is just such a mind-boggling miracle. Just some of the stuff But yeah, just certainly an amazing concept.
Okay.
But hard for an AI to emulate.
Sonic Brony Universe is still trying to get you to watch Lion Guard. He doesn't seem to understand that you can't watch it while you're literally on a treadmill, so, you know.
I'll quickly Google it just so I know to make a note of looking at Lion Guard later. Lion Guard. Won't be a moment.
Let's see. What's it? Vocaloid wants to know what your favorite psychology experiment is.
Oh, hello, Betty. Oh, this will be fun.
I'm sure we've done this before, but alright.
Lion Guard's like,
A spin-off of Lion King.
It is, yeah, I remember now, yeah. Yeah, it's like a spin-off show of Lion King, and I wonder if it was made by a similar team, if they actually got fired, so they're just being shameless with it, because the animation quality doesn't look like something like Video Break Quad. It doesn't look like one of those weird Spanish companies just making a rip-off. It looks like actually something real. Favorite psychology experiments. They're also depressing. I don't know. You got stuff like the freaking Stanford prison experiment, which is miserably depressing, trying to make people out to look like tools. You've got what was it, Milgram's experiment, trying to make people look like manipulative robots. It's just so depressing. There's been really interesting ones in terms of every time we move, upper horizon lobe will actually develop a new place cell for every single space you've ever moved in your life. It's always a new cell for each one. And that's a really interesting concept. Let's see. It's been so long, it's been 6 months, but I can't name a particular experiment. What's your favorite, Les?
I don't know if favorite's the correct term. Terrifying, like, most people find Stanford prison experiment terrifying.
I didn't find as terrifying as Milgram, but
to be fair, it's been 2 years since I did anything in psych, so I can't remember what you'd actually be better, and you've only been off 6 months.
yeah, there's always this heavy negativity and bias in those psychology experiments in order to get this stuff published. And it means we don't get as much positive stuff, certainly not as much positive stuff being taught to the university students, which I think is a real shame. I did one of my assignments on selflessness, which is a real great topic because it teaches that basically, as you get older, you can actually have better mental health by still doing selfless acts and keeping active in the community. And that's one thing to take from it all is that we're essentially social creatures, and that it's best to keep some interaction to community interactions on a weekly basis will stave off Alzheimer's and very much increase levels of endorphins and stave off depression.
Excellent. Let's see. People are asking repeatedly the same question. I'm trying to do, well, no, different questions repeatedly, so I'm trying to filter through.
Okay.
Let's see.
Thanks for the questions.
Gem Reviews. There's apparently a YouTube channel called Gem Reviews. Have you watched it?
I haven't watched Gem Reviews, but it keeps appearing in my recommended feed. I don't know who it is. What do they do? So I'd probably not be able to talk about the channel. Because I'm curious. I haven't watched this stuff. But,
someone's yelling in Spanish. Let's see. What are your thoughts on Lazy Town?
I loved Lazy Town.
Oh yeah, that was that the one you came where the main character's called? You came over to my place and showed me, and you're like, "What do you think of this?" I'm like, "Why is the main character called Sporticus?" That seems a bit of a cosmopolitan reference.
I got this idea from Lazy Town. So yes, I love Lazy Town. It best kids shows, which I would really love to do. I'm definitely going to talk about the unbelievable benefits of Lazy Town. It is just crazy what this guy who made Lazy Town has done for the I think it's Iceland. Norway, one of those amazing communities. Denmark, I think it's Denmark, but one of those communities, and essentially he lowered the obesity rate in children by about 80 to 90% in like a year. Unbelievable. And basically all it does is talk about activity and the value of fruit, which he calls sports candy. And it does most of it visually. So I'm definitely got a lot to say about Lazy Town. We'll talk a lot more about it in Best Kids shows. because it's one of the best things I think that's been put out for kids in years.
Have you watched season 20 of South Park yet?
Can you refresh me, Res? The one where
I can't actually remember. The last episode I watched was prior to Trump being elected, so I actually don't think I've watched the latest season.
apparently Train that actually changed the upcoming episode in the last 24 hours because they were like, holy crap, Trump got elected.
To be fair, that wouldn't be the first time they've done that. They often make revisions at the last minute. That's why they're so quick to pump out.
And it was funny because Garrison was meant to essentially be imitating Trump. And so...
And then they just gave up on that idea because, unfortunately, well, yeah, they've literally said in interviews that there's no point parodying Trump because everything he does is funnier than what they could possibly write.
And Garrison would have been a better ruler than Trump, a better president than Trump. At least he would have been told the gay community properly.
All right, Samurai Jack season 5 trailer. Have you seen that?
Yes, I have. I think it's fantastic they're doing it on Adult Swim, and I actually think it looks better. I think it looks like it lost a little bit of the tongue-in-cheek value of the original Samurai Jack. I loved some of the jokes of the original series. It had some of the best humor on Cartoon Network I've heard. Some of the sharpest actual speech jokes, like something you'd hear at a Looney Tunes. So, yeah, but I think it's good they're doing it on Adult Swim because I think we can all see, as I mentioned in that comic, what happened to something like Powerpuff Girls. Essentially, everything has to go the route of Teen Titans Go at the moment, which is sad.
You're being told that your running technique is terrible and you need to pick up your feet.
Pick up my feet.
Yeah, that's actually worse.
Oh, I don't know. I've been running several. I'm kind of twisting as I do it, so I agree. My technique isn't great right now. I try to generally run more minimalist. I'm also very slow. But generally, everyone has their own running style. There are athletes with craziest running styles who are still fantastic athletes with minimal of injuries. So it is a little bit about listening to your body and doing what is comfortable. Not going the speed of your mind, but the speed of your body. I'm big on running form as well. I often see people look at people who are running and say they're hitting the ground too hard and that sort of thing. Partially because I'm not paying as much conscious attention to it. I have no crappy form right now, but yeah, I do agree. Not as good.
All right. Did you see the movie Sing?
Sing.
I did. I avoided it like the plague.
I did too. Was it DreamWorks or that wasn't?
I don't know. It looks like every other bloody movie that's ever been made about singing animals ever, and I can't believe that's a genre now.
I don't know. And Gem of the Holograms just scarred me so badly that anything to do with kind of that happy, chappy, molecular singing sort of genre has put me off right now. So, yeah, I skipped that one. But I was really looking for something good to sing this lately. I want to drag Braz to another movie, but I don't know which one. The last one I actually saw was Moana, and that was...
Moana actually was meant to be really good. I would have actually, if you tried to drag me to that, I probably would have gone. But
I took out Matrix, but I'll take you next time.
See, you took the person who gave you a bucket.
Well, she did give me a bucket. No, wait, I gave her a bucket. But she accepted the bucket, which was great.
Kirby, the series, the little pink blob marshmallow thing. What do you think?
Yes, I know Kirby, Raz.
Well, I don't know.
Let's start with your thoughts on it.
I enjoyed it, but they're always a bit too simplistic nowadays.
They haven't really changed, have they?
No, people talk about Pokemon not changing. Kirby is the master of not changing.
It's the epitome of simplicity, though, of the same kind of simple style. It's the epitome of Japan, almost. Japan's extremeness. You've just got this... Kirby actually originally started as a test character. They just put it into the Game Boy as this round test character, and the playtesters liked him so much that they left him in and made him pink. But he was originally a playtest character. That's one of those interesting things that I might find. But his games have always been, good platforms. It's the thing. Russ and I used to play a lot of Kirby 2 players together.
Superstar Ultra.
Yeah, Superstar Ultra. Being able to jump between kind of different forms, whether it's like a sword, or punching character or something like that, or like lightning rod. I think there's a lot of creativity to it, but it certainly is kind of aping the same style nowadays. It's not really changed in formula in quite a while. There's a bit like 2D Marios that's allowed them to kind of fine-tune it for new generations. So if you've played them for the last 20 years, you're probably not going to find that interesting. But I think new generations will appreciate them too. It shows a little bit of yesteryear.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, so you talked earlier about GT. What are your thoughts on Dragon Ball Super?
As I mentioned, I'm not a massive fan of Super. And funnily enough, a lot of people my age who I've spoken to have a similar opinion on it. Like, it's just all about the new forms now. Dragon Ball God, Dragon Ball God, Super Dragon Ball God. His hair goes blue, then it goes light blue, then it goes red, then it goes pink. It's just so over the top now. In some ways, I feel like it's an odd comparison, just like going from 150 Pokemon to 720 Pokemon. Along the way, more isn't necessarily better. More character development. What I loved about Goku was that he was always aspiring to a challenge. He did have his limitations, unlike a character like Superman. And as he's gotten to this invincible Dragon Ball God mode, I think we've lost a little bit of that character development, that struggle. A great example was in GT, and I know a lot of people hate GT, but during the baby phase, when all the characters on Earth were essentially taken over by this creepy parasite, that was the only time he could actually reach inside himself and actually reach his final form. And I thought, the fact that all left everyone, yeah, now it's Dragon Ball God, because we're all combined hands. I'm just like, there's no character development in it. There's no personification of will. And I think personification of will is what the character was about. Certainly what part of the series was about. All the lightning beams, the shots, that was all personification of a person's will, and that's what made it really beautiful and interesting to me anyway. There was a real artistic value to Dragon Ball, and I think it's part of why it's set up. It stood the test of time, not just because of the great fighting scenes. So yeah, that's my thoughts on the new series. Excellent. I don't like what they've done with Goku's character, I will say that. He's become a little too brainless, and a lot of feedback I've heard from all the viewers who grew up with the original was that Vegeta is very out of character as well. He's sort of like dances now for Beerus, leaves him, and it's so silly and out of character now that I think it's lost a lot of its value. I do appreciate comedy. I just think they've broken the characters so much in the process that it's lost a lot of its interest for me. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Super.
Okay. You've been repeatedly asked what your opinions on Tokyo Mew Mew are. I have no idea what that is.
Is that another anime? I'm sorry, I don't watch many animes anymore. Certainly not the newer ones. One Punch Man. It's One Punch Man?
One Punch Man, that was one I've seen parodied and memed a lot, but I haven't actually seen it. Like I said, the last thing I watched was Berserk.
Raz watched One Piece, which is a great parody of One Piece. I kept
But they haven't put anything. He hasn't put out anything in Codement or One Piece for like 2 years, and it's just irritating.
It's kind of nice to have creative minds like that, though, that aren't just interested in putting out something like. I'm certainly more of a sellout than him because I'm going to put something out on a regular basis to pay the bills. But he just does his thing whenever he feels like it. You gotta.
He literally released a video recently of a cat watching a dog drink milk out of a glass. It was exactly what the title said, and it was 40 minutes long, and everyone was like, why did I click on this?
I think finding that balance between keeping your creative mindset, doing something creative and interesting for viewers, and also making sure something's regular, finding that balance is tricky, and certainly we see a lot of cases where YouTubers swing from one side to the other. But he's certainly a case of where it's just all creative, just puts out something crazy. I kept trying to watch One Piece for so many years. I would get to like episode 50 and like, oh, just keep going. There's like 500 more episodes. Because you watch the intros and they're all so action-packed and interesting, and you want to see these characters. There's like a skeleton in there. Luffy develops this awesome electrical supercharged form. You kind of want to see what happens when they draw it out forever. So I find it really hard to get through the whole series.
there's a whole slew of anime opinion, or people asking your opinion on anime now. I think they just missed the whole thing where you don't watch it anymore.
I'm sorry. I used to watch anime, as you probably see from my controversial anime. One second.
You want me to get you more water?
Thank you, Raz.
You talk to the camera for a second.
Okay, I'll talk through the animes I have seen. Death Note's one. It's one. Death Note, I didn't really see the value in, but I didn't. It's a case where I really liked the story, and I thought the setup was so good. The character was essentially writing the person's name in, and the puzzle and the mystery solving, and it had really good mystique to it. It was very easy to get drawn in to say what's going to happen next between L and Light, and certainly the rivalry between the two was very good. The one problem was, if you've seen one of those controversial anime, you know this. Light was really, really annoying. Spoiler alert for a second, the next 5 seconds. Thank you, Raz. The best part of the series was when he gets shot at the end by Mars. Because there's this real stepping down on characters who aren't as intelligent. There's this real intelligent mind, that sort of mentality to it. And I don't like that because I try not to judge a person by their intelligence, but by what a good person they are. Because I think that's so much more important. And there's this kind of elitism mentality to it. And as much as I love the mystery solving to it, I don't like that elitism mentality. Certainly of saying, oh, I'm more intelligent, so I'm better. And Light's character himself was so dislikable. The fact that the villain is always winning in that until the very end did actually bother me. It made me kind of angry.
Someone's tangentially asking about Code Geass. So you remember that one I watched that's all melodrama about the other super. That one I actually like better because it does take itself seriously, but it's hilarious in doing so. Like there's a point where you can't balance schemes that big. It shouldn't work. It's hilarious.
Well, what's your thoughts on it?
What, on Code Geass?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I enjoyed R1 and R2. R3 will be interesting because they're doing a new series where they very decisively killed the character at the end of the second, but then there's all these fan theories about how he survives somehow when he literally got stabbed through the heart. But anyway, so I'm looking forward to it, but I just enjoy the melodrama of it. I mean, there's a point where you've got giant flying robots and people making super tactical plans, and it's hilarious. It's just stupid.
One we should talk about is Evangelion. Everyone knows Evangelion.
Must we? That could fill an entire PhD.
Well, let's just discuss it briefly. So, Raz and I have very separating thoughts on this one, and it kind of shows our difference in character mindset a little bit. Because Raz likes it because it's the destruction of kind of artistic destruction of all the characters. No character actually grows in that. The only character who does grow is Kanji, and he gets shot. Misato arguably grows, but she breaks down in the final series. There's this big jump between the first 3 series and the final series. And some people argue it's because the creator Arnold was going through depression at the time. And obviously the budget break at the end. And the interesting thing Raz and I discovered behind it was that Arnold, we used to think it was so symbolic and intelligent.
No.
It turns out all the symbolism was just stuff Arno was making up and just putting in there.
Not even making up, he just crammed stuff in without having an actual reason to cram it in. Like, there's stuff all the way through. People have written PhDs on that, on interpreting that, but the reality is the actual, symbolism of it isn't actually symbolizing anything. It's just symbols without any linked meaning.
Yeah, and when you're a teenager at the time, trying to explore your mind and thinking existentially all the time, it's just like, whoa, what does it mean? But then you realize, that doesn't mean anything. End of Evangelion, I watched so many times growing up, and it was so depressing, and it just left me bad feeling in the gut. So 3 episodes of Slayers try to exercise out. I love Slayers try growing up, but Slayers itself growing up. Very good, kind of just Dungeons and Dragons series, so very simple. We've been in that one.
Alright, Lot of Magic has been asking, continuously for the last 2 hours what you think of our Prime Minister.
I don't know, you guys have probably picked up on fairly left wing in terms of some people call a social justice warrior. You know, I'm very much of the egalitarian mindset. There's a little bit of socialism to me, and there's a very strong meritocracy in the Australian Prime Minister, in the Australian Liberal Parliament, and I did justice in university as well, and the first thing we learn in that is the meritocracy mindset is toxic. The meritocracy mindset is basically that you are where you are because of your own personal merits and how hard you tried, not because of what you grew up with. And there's also the lottery of birth, which you have to balance it out with, which is the idea the more someone like the Greens or a left-wing will aspire to, which is, I'm not perfect, I'm not the best. I am where I am because of a lot of good fortune. You may have tried hard, but an Aboriginal or Indian with low income in a low socioeconomic house will very unlikely not have the same opportunities as you to get ahead in life as a white person who's been well-educated parents who always have food on their plate. And the Liberal Party is almost like the Republicans, very similar. They have that mindset that, oh, these kids are entitled, they just aren't trying hard enough, they can't find work. And all my friends in real life have degrees, but they are working crappy grocery jobs because they haven't had opportunities. They have worked their butts off, and they're certainly trying hard enough, but they have just not had the opportunities. And I really do hate that mindset that you are where you are and you're not trying hard enough. Yes, you can try hard, but at some point, like, you've got to say also, I have a lot of good fortune where I am. You know, the fact that we can all be here today, we all have computers, we all have access to internet, that's a wonderful, blessed thing. So, yeah, I'm very much more on the left-wing side of things. Very anti-Republican.
Okay. Spyro Gaming wants to know if you hate Patrick from SpongeBob. So we'll go from your opinions on the Australian Prime Minister to SpongeBob.
Oh, it's a good play. I was getting a bit serious there. My thoughts. I put Patrick as an honourable mention in worst casting characters because as I watched more of the series, particularly in when it was SpongeBob, I was like, yeah, this character is getting really bad. He kind of has this place to become very Peter Griffin. He'll have this I'm better mindset where he just goes these very lowered, dull eyes. And I think that part of the character is very unlikable because he goes into this odd I'm better than you mindset despite being the intelligence of a starfish. And yeah, he becomes very dislikable at times. He can be not just stupid. It's fine to be stupid, but he's neglectful and harsh to and mean-spirited to his friends, and often stepping on SpongeBob. So I don't like that side of him. I think he was much better in the original series, but I think he's one of the failing parts of the new SpongeBob series, to be honest. Yeah.
Right.
Have we finished all the questions?
No, we've got plenty. I'm just trying to filter out the ones that are screaming at you for your political allegiance.
Political allegiance. Thank you, by the way, for all the questions. This has been amazing. I did not expect this much interest. Absolutely flattered. Thank you.
The film Coraline. Have you seen it?
Coraline? Hell yeah. I've seen Coraline. What's more than a gay cardio session, actually. Where it starts, sewing buttons in your eyes and going into an alternate world. Coraline reminds me a little bit of a young DreamWorks. It's got all those fantasy elements. It almost seems like it's trying to follow the formula of A Nightmare Before Christmas. It's got all the dark elements. It's got the simple setup of a young girl trying to find a better life where she's appreciated. Certain parts dragged on a bit for me. I felt it was a bit too slow paced, maybe I've got a shorter attention span. But I did like, at the end, I loved the imagery so much, and I enjoyed the characters very much. That I would say, yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's not probably one I'm going to watch again a lot, but one that I did like in the Halloween genre particularly was, that a lot of critics don't like, was Hotel Transylvania 1 and 2, which is probably some of the best Adam Sandler work I've seen in a long time. For one, it was very fast-paced. It paid attention to a child's attention span, but at the same time, I think Doug mentioned this as well, it had breathing space, it had time for character development, it knew when to slow down, and the animation was just so perfectly timed with voice acting, and I did genuinely like all the characters. It was such a refreshing change to actually like Adam Sandler in a role, because he was just a fun vampire dad, and the bad jokes and that sort of thing were actually really good. They appeal to both kids and adults, so I'm actually a really big fan of the Hotel Transylvania series. Some of Adam Sandler's best.
Let's see. Ryan Minard keeps telling you to Google Tokyo Mew Mew because he doesn't seem to realize you're running on a treadmill, which makes it very difficult to Google it.
That's okay, I can do two things at once. I've done this before. Tokyo Mew Mew. I'm wondering if it's an anime or what it is.
And no, J-Ram, there haven't been anti-Trump protests in Australia that we're aware of. It's a different country.
Actually, there have been.
Oh, okay.
There have certainly been anti-Trump activist groups. I saw one in the city on Thursday. I'm totally behind it, but the thing is that I used to be a big activist, but I burnt out a little bit over the years, and I do really have a strong respect for people who do still do activism, or in case of part of the Brisbane Greens. But at the same time, nowadays I try to focus. While I will support those groups and I will campaign for a group like the Greens on election day, I don't find as much time to actually invest in some of the activism groups. But there have been protest groups against Trump all around the world, and that has been one of the wonderful things. Trump actually had a breakdown when the Women's March was on TV, and just it was a little bit of schadenfreude. Whereas can you explain schadenfreude?
It's a German word meaning pleasure at other people's pain. You could have explained that.
And I think we can all take some schadenfreude when we see Trump unhappy. So yes, there have been activism groups all around the world, and it's been a wonderful thing to see some actual change.
Hang on, this is important. What's your favorite type of pie?
Yes, this is important. I love Nana's blueberry pies. I'm a massive fan of blackberry pies. They are wonderful. I used to love blackberry pies. Nana's is an actual. Sara Lee is really good as well. Nana's pie is, I don't know if you have it in America, but it's very big in Australia. Sara Lee's, yeah, as I said, another big one. So I also like meat pies. I like to get little party pies occasionally, but
You just like pies.
I like pies.
But then you have to run for several hours afterwards to get rid of the pie.
Yeah, I'm obsessive compulsive, so I have to run afterwards and get exercise afterwards. And you don't have to be as obsessive as I do.
Excellent.
Enjoy a pie occasionally. I recommend it. Yes, I like Sara Lee.
The regular show's ending. What are your thoughts on the ending?
Well, as you guys know, I'm not a massive fan of the show, but it's not the worst thing out there. Just because I don't like it, I can still see some of the value in it. And the fact that we have got all these talented voice actors, I'll take regular show any day over Ed, Edd and Eddy, or Breadwinners, or Fanboy and Chum Chum, and most of Nickelodeon's lineup. That's the thing. At least it's something relatively original. It's at least a relatively original setup. So I'm kind of sad to see it ending, because Cartoon Network hasn't got that many good shows at the moment, because it's so overbooked with Teen Titans Go at the moment. But things like Steven Universe and Adventure Time are taking the sideline. I think that's such a shame. So yeah, I am sad to see a regular show, even though I don't watch it.
Alright. David, with no other name attached, wants to know what your advice is for YouTubers just starting out. Make good content.
Yeah, I'm just going to think, okay, the first thing I would probably say, in my opinion, for one, it's different for everyone. Two, if you're starting out, it's harder to break in now than ever before, so don't be upset.
Also, your mother told you to drink again.
Okay. 1 second. Don't be upset if it takes you a while to break in, or something you put a lot of time and effort into doesn't go viral. there is a lot of love to YouTube, and it's part of why I'm so grateful, because I am where I am today because of a lot of good luck, even though I have tried hard. And I have seen really good quality content out there that might not get more than a couple of thousand views. But in terms of actually giving yourself the best possible chance, I have a couple of recommendations. One is, get to your point. I can't stress that enough. Do not spend 20 seconds putting up some "I am wonderful, I am great" logo about your business and how great you are. Get to the point, get to the question you're asking, and do it quickly. Don't leave. Sometimes you do need to leave a little bit of breathing space, but generally, if you want to get a point across, give people what they promise in the thumbnail as quickly or as steadily as possible. At least give a promise of it. Let's see. Secondly,
But you also talk louder.
okay, I'll try.
He's
Also-
running out of breath, so you know.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll
You
try.
are at 2 hours and 5 minutes. How far have we got?
I am at 19, nearly halfway.
So nearly halfway. Oh, excellent.
19 kilometers. Secondly, don't mug the camera. I don't recommend mugging the camera. I recommend.
He doesn't mean holding the camera up at night point. He means doing a big camera shot of your face all the time.
Yeah, don't focus solely on you. Try and give a little bit of content of what the actual footage you show if you can. If you're doing a cartoon review or a game review, try and mix it up and give a little bit of variety, I'd say. And also start with something small, I would personally recommend. So you can get it off the ground. Start with something 5 minutes in length, just to get the momentum rolling. Because once you've done it once, it gets much easier. I started with fan dubs, and at the time it took me months to get it out. I remember I did a Love Hina review probably about 2.5 years ago that got a couple of thousand views. But it took me months to do it. It took like a break in between. So I would say keep them short and keep them concise when you're first starting. As you get more skills in video editing, I would recommend, you can add a point at the end, add a bit of storyline, a bit of character if you want to talk more about yourself. But I think try to focus on your content and make yourself secondary. If you want to add a little bit of character, a little bit of personalization, make it a sideline thing. Start with focusing on the content. Yeah, so that's what I'd recommend.
All right. Machine Head 55 has been asking continuously what your opinion on SWAT Cats is.
SWAT Cats?
I have no idea what it is.
I think it's a kids' cartoon that's really taking off right now. I'll just look it up quickly. SWAT Cats. I was actually told this would be a good one for best kids' cartoons.
Yes, and Vocaloid is correct. Don't panda for likes as well.
Yes, don't panda for likes. So that is another thing I will say. Funnily enough, YouTube itself, I've been to a few YouTube conferences, and they will ask you, tell people to like and subscribe. I completely disagree with that. I cannot stand being told to like and subscribe. Rising Up Guy will tell you, there is no way we will leave a video faster than being told to like and subscribe. If you make good content, if you make interesting stuff, if you have likable characters, and if you have likable personality, then people will like and subscribe themselves. That's what I personally believe, but many people will argue against that, so that's just my opinion on that.
Okay.
But you'll get my attention if you don't ask me.
Spyro Gaming, the time is 12:24 where we are. Also, are you going to do top 10 worst sitcoms? Yeah, I thought you already had done that.
I did.
Oh, okay.
Read the show one.
Excellent.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny ones. That one was a lot of fun. Because I looked at some other traffic sitcoms. There was one about the world ending, which was really good. Where essentially he's saved from the apocalypse because he's in a Volvo. It was like, yeah, why not? And one about Hitler as well, which was terrible.
Alright, we've done Samurai Jack.
I'm going to figure out what SWAT Cats is. Radical SWAT
And-
American animated television series.
No, you haven't taken a break either. You've been running for 2 hours continuous, and I've been watching you run for 2 hours continuously.
I appreciate your help.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Hanna-Barbera. Oh, that's an old one. SWAT Cats is super old. I'm 9 years old. I didn't watch it myself, but it was around the He-Man era, actually. So, it wasn't really my thing at the time, though. I never was really into Hanna-Barbera, to be honest. It appealed to me as a kid, but it was just kind of visually and audio stimulating. It wasn't really investing me or making me laugh. It was kind of like, I don't know, the cheaper version of Disney and Warner Brothers in a way, the watered-down version. But they produce so much. That's the thing, Joseph Barbera put out so much content. And as I said, I'm not a real fan of the selling out policy with Scooby-Doo, but you all know my thoughts on that, and I know a lot of people disagree with me on that, so I'll keep it to myself.
So, what else have we got? Codename Kid Next Door? I mean, you've done that in one of your... I'm sure we've talked about that before.
Raz and I both grew up with cartoons, as I mentioned, and Codenames Kids Next Door was one we watched, and I know like they're all secret agents and spying, but I found it very kind of pandering to a more 9 to 10-year-old demographic. It was kind of treehouse, no girls allowed kind of mentality. You know, it was a bit or something, but it reminded me a bit of like very childish little rascals, and so I know a lot of people did like that one. There certainly was innovation in the designs of the characters and putting these kids in these funny secret agent settings. But it was one Raz and I kind of skipped over. Strangely enough, I Am Weasel was one of the ones we actually liked a lot.
I enjoyed it, but that was probably because it agreed with my sensibilities. Like, the smart weasel always got the thing that, like, because he was smart, he always won. Whereas the dumb baboon that scratched his ass and did nothing was the one who got shoved. Like, it worked for my sensibilities.
I would argue, actually, the funny thing is that society always supported the dumb one. That the smart one always kind of rose to the occasion, despite being shafted, and eventually won out at the end. And I was like, yeah, I can see Raz appreciating that. There's a little bit of the Lisa Simpson isolation mentality mindset. So, another one I watched, obviously, was Samurai Jack.
I never watched that. I think I watched one episode.
It was very memorable for the episodes I did watch. Though. You know, I did laugh. And when I watched them again, whether I was 25 or 9, I still laughed at them, so it was good. I'm running out of breath. One second.
Maybe drink. Maybe drink, you know?
I should stop talking for a second.
Just for a second. Alright, we've already talked about Sing, and because neither of us have seen it, there's nothing to really be said. Worst
I'll take you
film?
to see a movie soon, the press. We should see something nice soon.
There aren't any nice movies out.
I'll take you to see
I am Ebenezer Scrooge.
Well, I know what you mean right now. There's not a lot in the cinemas that is appealing to me. If I see something, I'll let you know.
That's a good. What's the? Do you like death metal?
Oh yeah, I talked about this
You don't.
before. Just an update, by the way. We're at 20.3 kilometers, so we're getting there. Death Note, Raz and I again.
No, not death. No, death metal.
Death metal. Oh,
The music genre. No, you don't like it.
well, I kind of
It's screaming.
airy-fairy mid-20s guy who watches Steven Universe and Adventure Time probably isn't going to be a massive fan of death metal.
That being said, I've actually introduced you to a few things that are metal. That it's not death metal, but you'll listen to Within Temptation, which is operatic metal, and there's that one Pendulum song that has a crossover with In Flames.
Yeah.
Yep, you like that one, and that's not death metal, but that's getting up there.
It's
sort of
getting
thing.
up there, and I can if it's in balance, if it's not just rah, 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 rah the whole way, then I really do like that contrast between a sensible voice of reason and a completely black voice of just complete hate and anger. And certainly that, I'm a big fan of the saying, the greatest battle is within, and I think that when death metal emulates that conflict between characters and inside, I think it's a beautiful, powerful thing. So, yeah, there are certain times I do like death metal. Well, whereas.
Next one is Do You Like Brickleberry? What the hell is that?
Actually, that was going to be in That was a runner-up for the worst cartoons of all time.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to guess no if it's a runner-up or worst yet.
It actually reminds me a little bit of Mr. Pickles, because it does have that same very crass animation style, but not nearly as bad. Not nearly as bad as Mr. Pickles. The jokes just kind of felt classic. It wasn't terrible. I couldn't put it on the list because it wasn't offensive enough. It was just kind of boringly bad. Like a little bit of offensive jokes, a little bit of tasteless jokes, but still not nearly bad as some of the jokes that Modern Family Guy. That's one thing we should talk about, guys.
Modern Family Guy. And see, you got me to sit down and force me to watch like 2 episodes of the later season, and I was just like, meh. It's not making me want to claw my own eyeballs out, but I still wouldn't watch it.
That was the thing. It has become less offensive, but Raz and I kind of said the same thing at the same time. This is weak. I was just like, yeah, let's stop watching this. I would at some point, actually, I'd love to get feedback on this, Raz. If anyone's tuned in,
There are definitely people tuned in.
okay, what would people's thoughts be on Raz and I started doing a LiveStrider occasionally, a real thoughts video, basically real thoughts on Family Guy, real thoughts on worst cartoons of all time, real thoughts on worst cartoon remakes. I know it's basically copying Doug's formula on Channel Awesome, but it's something I've been wanting to try with Raz for a while, just because I would like to get his insights on some of these topics, and particularly Family Guy, something like that. You know, there is Raz got a bit more knowledge and wisdom, and can add a little bit of more intelligence to it than I can. Are there any thoughts on that? So,
Yeah, people seem pretty happy with that.
okay, cool. I'll give it
What
to
are you
Raz.
thinking about DreamWorks animation and the current state it's in?
Excuse me.
Please don't die, that's a lot of paperwork.
I just had a cold recently, so I'm still a little bit stuck. DreamWorks. As a lot of people know, I've been tossing up, you probably know, but I've been tossing up the idea of worst DreamWorks for quite some time, because I know I've gotten stuff like Shark Tale and that sort of thing, and I've been Shrek. I'm not a big fan of Shrek. I never really had them. I mean, 2 and 1, particularly 2 did have some really good values and ideas in it. But DreamWorks feels like such a more sellout than Pixar, and maybe like a smaller budget or something, but I very rarely go see DreamWorks movies, so I feel like they're the cheaper, more obnoxious Pixar, that tends to have more sellout stuff, like they'll be happy to throw a pop song in there, here and there, and it just dates itself so quickly often. And I don't know if in the newer ones over the last 5 years they have done that as much, but their temptation to do sequels all the time, it trumps the respect you have for the studio. I'm curious, do people have certain thoughts on DreamWorks themselves, how it compares to Pixar and Disney?
Well, while you're waiting for that to roll in, everyone seems pretty happy with the idea of you doing real thoughts, so you can probably run ahead with that idea.
Okay.
You keep getting asked whether you have a Wattpad account, and I have no idea what that is.
What's Wattpad?
I don't know. That's why I said I have no idea what it is.
We're learning a lot from this.
Yes, well, we're learning how little we know.
Hey, what picture showed up in the thumbnail? Did that picture of you and I show up in the thumbnail?
I hope it didn't. I hope it was your marathon one.
Why is that stupid marathon? You can't get rid of that stupid marathon picture.
It's literally you running a marathon on a treadmill. That seems like a better idea.
Isn't it? Oh, good. This is an evil version of Toad. Well, you know Toad from Nintendo. This is his evil version. So, I wonder if that'll give me a copyright claim for showing a Toad.
That would be a really impressive algorithm if we pick that
That
up.
would be a good algorithm.
Have you heard of...
Well, Toad is just such a nothing character that you kind of always want to have him there. Raz will always be the Toad. Toad.
Sorry, did you say oh wait, no, I am Toad and it's in the character.
In Nintendo, the character, yeah. Yoppin is always the fastest on the carts, and that's kind of how I always remember him. He's always the fastest character, because he's the smallest. But I don't know, when you go to modern Mario games, he's always a choice of character, and he's always like the last choice. Everyone would like the Mario and Luigi first.
And then someone who gets the Lizard Queen, and then the last person who showed up and is clearly the beta male of the group gets Toad.
The person who, wasn't quick enough with their controller, unfortunately gets towed. And he's a funny character, but I don't know, all he's really ever contributed to the story is, sorry, your princess is in another castle. So it's, yeah.
Right. What do you think of Phineas and Ferb? I'm sure you've actually mentioned this before.
Oh, yeah. I really wanted to add Phineas and Ferb to the best kids costumes because I really do like it. I think it's got very likable characters, it's got a good story, it's got a good runtime, it's keeps you entertained. It's very Disney-esque. It's kind of the serialized version of a modern Disney movie, and I think that's really good. But it appeals too much to the older demographic. I need to add it to Best Kids cartoons, so I had to unfortunately have to skip. But as I mentioned in Best Disney Channel shows, it's definitely a favorite of mine. I've only watched the first series, and I hear it actually gets even better. And I also did watch the ending where they grow up, and it's got a good romance running with it. It's very cute. Disney is fantastic and cute and appealing to the older demographic with that. There's enough good colours there, and good movements and interesting characters to appeal to the young, but also cute enough to appeal to the old. I guess Disney's been doing that for nearly 100 years, so they should be good at it.
Alrighty. So, since season 3 and 4 of Steven Universe are now airing, what are your favourite episodes from there?
Mr. Greg, definitely one of my favourites. I watched it through again recently.
Someone said Run Forest Run, which will be a throwback to your Navy days.
Oh, no, true. Actually, I get told that all the time.
Yeah. It's your throwback to your Navy days.
Actually, I used to say that. I used to, I formed a running group in the Navy where I would run circles around our marching oval at night, and they would always call out to me, "Run, Forrest, run!"
Excellent. Anyway, so you were talking about Phineas and Ferb?
Phineas and Ferb, yeah, but I'm definitely a fan. I think it's modernized Disney, compressed into a serialized format. The Disney Channel is some of the best Disney Channel we've got right now.
Alrighty. Probably drink again. I mean, you're looking about like what you normally do when you run a marathon now. So.
I'm perfectly fine, really. It's just talking at the same time.
Yes. Apparently you need lung capacity not just to run, but to talk as well.
Well, I'm not breathing from my stomach as much.
What else we got? Oh, the Switch. Are you looking forward to the Switch?
I pre-ordered one.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
It's been about 15 years since I actually ordered it, so except the Wii.
No, I'm sorry, the Wii counts as a console.
Yeah, but we both got that together. Last one I got was the PS2.
Oh yeah, that's right. That PS2 that I ended up using way more than you did.
The problem is that I'm not really into the mobile gaming as much as a lot of other people. So to me, I loved the Wii because it was getting people off the couch. It was getting all sorts of different demographics into the gaming market, and it was a step closer to virtual reality, which we are getting now in a completely different genre. But I'd love seeing Nintendo innovate like that. One of my favorite games is Wii Sport. I'm actually pre-ordering that gimmicky Switch game because I actually find that the most interesting. Yeah, it's just one of those things I think would be interesting for Resident to play. A lot of people are looking forward to the new Zelda title.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Breath of the Wild.
You look at Breath of the Wild's trailer, it was epic.
Yeah,
my ship was down to swines.
Like, I didn't like Skyward Sword too much, but it looks like they went, okay, so you know how they made Skyward Sword small? Maybe we shouldn't do that with Breath of the Wild, and so they made it huge, so that looks good.
It's a great combination by the look of it between Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker, and those are two of my favorite Zelda games. So I am looking forward to that one. I think I'll let Raz wait for it, and I might give it a shot myself.
What's the strangest thing a fan has ever done? Your rabbit fangirls.
I have rabbit fangirls. I have friends. I have online friends, and as I said, it's the most wonderful community, and it's what I'm most proud of, you know? The fact that all of you are like family when you come together. And you're also accepting of other people, and I just, every day it's what I'm most thankful for. I'm sorry that sounds cheesy, but I'm really grateful for. If ever I get down on myself, that's what I remember. I'm sorry, I went on such a mushy mindset. What was the original question?
Oh, that's right. I was I wasn't listening to your response. The original question was, what was the weirdest thing a fan's ever done for you?
Well, not really. I mean, like fan arts I occasionally get. Somehow, a couple have got my number occasionally, and it's like, how did you get this? I've gotten some great fan art, and it's always very flattering how they think about me and my like and stuff, and I just think, wow, these people know me better than me sometimes, and I just think, isn't that a wonderful thing? I've always been so grateful for fame, small internet fame. Everyone's got internet fame. That small internet fame is just an amazing thing. When people know you better than you, and when you don't realize how much character you put into a video, and people comment instead of knowledge and information, it just really is amazing. So,
You like Robot Chicken? I like Robot Chicken. You don't.
No, that's not true.
The Star Wars spin-offs or parodies have been excellent.
I always watch Robot Chicken over Raz's shoulder. I put it in my top 10 controversial cartoons because it has shock value. Like seeing
People literally chainsawed in half, but it's still just toys, so it's like, is this that bad? I don't think it's that bad, but alright.
But it is, because it's still something so creepily through the mindset of a human. So like you see Buzz Lightyear get brain damage, and freaking Woody Mercy killing. It's just so much horrible destruction of your childhood memories. And that being said, some of the superhero ones are so good.
We've gone offline.
Oh no!
So pause for a second. The stream is offline. Let's try and put this back together.
Okay, we'll just try and get it working again.
Stream's gone offline and I'm not sure. Video output low.
I'll keep running just so I'm not moving when people start.
Yeah, well, I need to actually work on this.
Can you tell why? Are you checking
I'm
into
trying to. It says video output low, not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth stream. So, what
try
is...
troubleshooting the internet connection? That sometimes helps.
Yep.
I'll try sharing it this one as well. How are we going?
I'm working on it. I don't know why it's not getting stream resumed. Stream is continuing, but we're at low video outputs. Actual computer, just the actual stream.
Yeah, okay.
So you've got the stream. Well, god damn, this internet is terrible.
Oh yeah, it's frustrating. I don't know if we would have been better off using another computer. That's the point.
The trouble is you just connected to the public Wi-Fi, so it's not good enough.
Can we try through your connection?
Yeah, I'm putting on my connection now.
Okay, great. See if we can do that.
Start the stream. I don't know how to.
Okay, let me take a look. Alright, let's see. That's fine. So you need to go to OBS.
Yeah, I've got OBS starting streaming.
Stop streaming, start streaming. So it's running.
Yeah, but YouTube's not getting it.
Why not?
Oh wait, no, we are.
Yeah, we are. Oh, crap. Sorry about that, everyone. Back to running. Off we go. Come on. Moving. Okay, now we go. Alright, let's get to a speed where we're not making a massive noise.
Stream resumed, stream continuing.
So from the chat, has anyone said if we're still running? Can people still hear me? You're not sure?
I'm just checking. Dang.
What happened?
1 sec. Stream resumed, stream continuing, so why is no one getting it? I'm going to try OBS.
I just got to turn this around. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Australian internet is garbage, and we're just trying to turn around the internet now and get it working. I'm still running, in case anyone's interested. Yeah, hopefully we'll have the live stream running again soon, and thanks everyone for your patience.
There we go.
Great, I think we're
We're
online.
back online.
Thanks again, guys. Alright, how do I turn that off? Can't turn it off. There we go. Nope, I'm not fine. There we go. Alright, cool. So, for those interested, we are currently at 150 minutes, and we are at 22.8 kilometers, so I'll get there.
Alrighty. Hopefully some of the internet troubles will be gone now because we're tethering off 3G.
Chris, if you look in my bag, can you pass me a banana? There'll be a lot of stuff, different stuff in there. See if you can grab a banana. At the very bottom. Thank you.
Excellent. Alright, so back where we... let's say... Doodle Tunes. Oh, what are your thoughts on the Beatles and the Yellow Submarine?
We are living in the Yellow Submarine. We used to sing that back in elementary school, and my dad wrote Mad Mel in his Mad Mel days was a big band, friends of the Beatles, and the music is pretty timeless to me. You know? It's hard to imagine nowadays Beatles being controversial, but there was a time they were controversial. What are your thoughts on the Beatles, guys?
They were very important to the evolution of music, and I appreciate that, but I'm not into them myself.
Yeah, it's a bit like Elvis. Even though Razzle spruce to that tune nowadays. How was Doodle Tunes doing, by the way?
I don't know. Everyone keeps asking about Doodle Tunes, and I have no idea whether that's a joke or not.
Doodle Tunes, as far as I remember him being a friend, and he did make some interesting animations on, I think he drew birds or something. He did old style Midground Splash animation and uploaded it to YouTube. He was a very talented artist.
Barnyard Kids wants to know why you always have a banana on your desk. The scale.
Next question.
Okay, moving along. Do you like Owl City?
House sitting?
Yep.
I house sitted a bit when I was growing up, but I have my own little villa.
I'm sure Owl City is not
House
actually...
City. Sorry, that's it. What do you say, House City?
No, not House City. Why would people want to know if you like House City?
What do you like, House City? I used to really be in Fireflies, but I was about 19 and I kind of grew out of them a little bit. It's a little too mellow for me. It's funny as that might sound. Disney's not too mellow, but House City is. Yeah, I don't mind it. I can listen to a little House City every now and then.
And the really important question, do you got rhythm? See, I know they're trying to make some reference, but I think it would be a good point for you to mention how many times you played Just Dance.
I love Just Dance, so I do got rhythm. I look like a complete idiot when I'm playing, but I love Just Dance. I grew up playing DDR, as I mentioned. Part of cardio. I started doing DDR when I was about 15, and loved working up a sweat. Nowadays, Brad still has to tolerate when he comes over, watching me play Just Dance, play Rah Rah Rasputin, the dollar sign, haha. I'm very much an active, person who kind of likes to get that body moving. But I'm more content person when I'm moving my body. And I think as a lot of people are, I just feel a bit more satisfied and at ease about the world. So yeah, I do like dancing, and I recommend people dance more. I think Just Dance is a bit of a sellout nowadays because they just keep on releasing one or two more Katy Perry songs.
I'm sorry, it wasn't a sellout before?
Well,
it was always a sellout.
But those three Just Dance games, they kind of try to add on to one another and get different workout routines, different styles. And they experimented a bit, but then they kind of found the formula. If we add another Keisha and Katy Perry song every new release, Just Dance is 2015 to 2017, we can keep selling the games. The animation doesn't improve, the choreography doesn't really improve. The dance score was great, but nothing really improves in the new one yet. They just keep releasing. It's like FIFA. You know, they changed the number on it, and that's essentially their new games. So yeah, I think we've got rhythm. I'm terrible on the dance floor. I normally use just dance moves, and whoever's watching all that the most respect rip off their face when I'd say, "Oh, I learned it from Just Dance." A Wii game.
Excellent. Apparently YouTube's not getting enough video output, but you know, no, it's still working. Don't worry, you haven't gone offline. Well, when did you join YouTube?
Back in 2007. If you look at my original video, for a long time I didn't do anything. I was just experimenting with anime fandoms. You know, I'm a lot older than some of the YouTubers out there. I'm 28, and a lot of them are like 21s. I think Anti's 22s. You know, and I think Taxi Boy is pretty young as well. So I'm an older YouTuber. I've been around a while. I haven't produced much until the last couple of years. But sometimes I don't think it's a bad thing because it can give you a different perspective. It's a bit older and not quite as much of the young generation. Some people appreciate that.
Right. There's a YouTube channel apparently called Planet Dolan. Do you know it?
It sounds familiar. Planet
I don't.
I'll look it up because I'm really curious. Planet Dolan.
D-O-L-A-N.
D-O-L-A.
Let's see. People screaming, yeah, exercise and fitness stuff. What are your thoughts on Ubisoft delaying Fractured Butthole again? At least they're making it good, hopefully.
Actually, I want to say on Planet Dolan, one of the last discussion meetings with YouTuber, I think he's an Australian guy, actually, because I remember one of my YouTube partners actually talking about it, saying, I think he makes his own original animation as well. But I remember he was massively popular using his own animation, so from what I've heard, he's really good. I'm sorry, Raz, my campus is not working well. What was your question?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, Fractured Butthole.
Yeah, Fractured Butthole.
I don't know, Ubisoft sent me a package recently. Because, I don't know, it was very nice of them, but maybe it was to make up that they delayed the game, because I originally put the date of December, it being released last year.
Oh, it's going to be March. Maybe even May.
My most psychotic stick of truth moments, and they changed it again. So I was like, you know. But at the end of the day, we only got one stick of truth, and it was fantastic. They could make another fantastic Fractured Butthole. Really, I don't know, it's one of those games that I think represents South Park today and keeps good quality of the franchise and gives it a good name.
People think you need to take a break. They don't seem to realize this isn't even full tilt yet.
No, I'm not even doing a gradient. And I'm sorry about the noise. I probably should. I don't want to go slower. I want to go faster, but no, I can keep going.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. What's your favorite video game?
Oh, yeah, that's a tough one, eh?
Yeah.
We love the Metal Gear Solid series.
Yeah, but even then, within that, like, what would be your favorite?
Yeah, it wouldn't be my favorite. Nowadays, it's really stupid. I play clicker games, essentially those skin box games that just click a button and they do stuff for you. Raz and I have been playing a bit of Diablo 3 nowadays, but I'm certainly not as big a fan of that as I was in 2. Raz may pointed out that Blizzard put so much effort into it, and it is so customizable and approachable to anyone. But the days of Diablo 2 and the fact that it was a little bit merciless gets you a lot more invested in it, and I did like that about Diablo 2.
Eric O'Reilly wants to know, when running a marathon, do you make time for a toilet break?
Yes, you should. Absolutely.
He went to the toilet when we went offline for a
Yes.
second due to internet troubles.
If you feel the truck's coming, absolutely take a break. But, sometimes these things happen. Don't be too embarrassed if something happens, The fact is, if you're doing a marathon, you're doing something about 0.1%, really about 0.01% of the population. So you should be very proud whether you have an accident or not. It's also a learning process.
So, what else do we have? Did you hear Cartoon Network recently leaked some episodes of Steven Universe and Gumball onto their app before on TV?
Yes, they did. Yeah, I've seen the most recent ones. I think we're up to the space station. I haven't seen beyond that, where they go to the space station, and that was astonishing. We got our first look at Yellow Diamond. I didn't know what to make of the musical with Yellow Diamond. I thought the scenery setup was so good. You feel the fear and intimidation Blue Diamond and Yellow Diamond were setting up as Stephen and Greg were hiding behind the pillars, and just this, they're out in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of space. These two massive figures. Yeah, at the same time, there's this compassionate song going on. It was such a conflict of emotions. I thought, again, you know, Rebecca Sugar's team continues to amaze me on a regular basis. So yeah, that was probably my favorite scene. I kind of liked the whole artificial human habitat as well. But we'd kind of seen that one before, so I wasn't as keen on it. But you know, scenes like that, and just seeing the whole team trying to hide and disguise themselves while they space travel, and get a bit of character development between Garnet's two forms, which was fantastic. So yeah, I really do like the new episodes.
Next one would be, are you thrilled there's a Hey Arnold movie coming out? Oh.
Well, there was originally a new Hey Arnold movie, as far as I know. I can't remember, like, there was some construction happening in Hey Arnold, had to stop it. But generally, the reviews were quite lackluster, but I don't know. I liked Hey Arnold, I did. It was very much a slice of life story that Nickelodeon since just has not done, as far as I remember. Certainly not in animated form. So, yeah, I was a massive fan. Not a massive fan, but I liked Hey Arnold quite a lot growing up. Certainly one I watched again and again. In terms of the movie, I don't know. I think I'd still enjoy it if they brought back that kind of slice of life mentality and gave us something that kind of matched today's society, was a bit of a critique of today's society and being a kid in today's society. I think that would be interesting. So, yeah, I could see it being a good movie. Bummed as most Nickelodeon movies aren't.
Apparently Pixar's making a Toy Story 4.
Yeah, they are too.
I mean, how far can you take it? I thought they'd already passed them on to a new generation.
Essentially, they've gone through the entire human condition process at this point. They've gone from becoming redundant to death. And then they've essentially gone into what is a retirement time. And it's a wonderful way to end it. It is giving joy to the new generation. I just think, where can you go with that? What can you possibly do with that? And it's always a great way to end it. It's like continuing Metal Gear Solid 4. Everything was tied up, and you could see at the end of Toy Story 3, it felt like the series was completely wrapped up and concluded. So I was really surprised to see there was a more. Yeah, it's not very usual in Disney to make, you know, to get to the 4 point, you know, something's happening there. It's just like, yeah, this feels like a little bit of sellout at this point. But I guess if people still enjoy it, the fact is, every Toy Story movie so far has been innovative and has been an absolute movie classic that's been remembered. So if they can still add something new to it, maybe it'll be the first good 4 we've ever had.
Unlikely, but you know, I like your optimism.
Well, you know, every single one is, they've obviously going to put a lot of time into it because it's freaking Toy Story.
Okay, if you had to pick between Loud House and Harvey Beaks, which do you prefer?
Excuse me.
Oh, he needs to drink.
How
many kilometers in are you, by the way?
We are at 24.7, so nearly 25 minutes. Getting there. I would probably say Harvey Beaks. Some episodes were a little bit too corny for me, and I can kind of see why it didn't appeal to the 18-16 demographic. When you are at that I would like to stop anymore age, you can see it being something kids didn't get into, so I can kind of see why they cancelled it. That being said, they treated the Harvey Beaks stuff like crap. I've nothing but disrespect for that. But I would probably choose Harvey Beaks because on a visceral level, I enjoy it more. I like the animation better. I like the watercolor backgrounds better. I love the fact that it's all set outside. So yeah, my favorite set up Harvey Beaks a little bit higher. on my best modern cartoons list, so I'd probably choose that.
Excellent. There's an insurrection happening in the comments.
What's an insurrection?
There seems to be a revolution going on. People they're overthrowing the previous government.
Oh, good on you.
It's a fight between SWAT cats and anything else. But anyway, what else have we got? Mario or Pac-Man? That's not even really a question. Pac-Man's not even that interesting.
Well, what did you think of Pac-Man?
What did I think of Pac-Man? It was a 1980s game.
Yeah, it was a product of its time, you know, it was very creative and innovative for the time, you know, it's brought a lot of, completely stimulated the market. But I think when we've got stuff like Mario nowadays, that is basically like story progression, is so much more complex, and now that there is a lot more expected of games nowadays in terms of what we can do. We can run and jump and control 4 buttons at once. Well, Pac-Man was just up, down, left, and right, so I think, I think I'd prefer Mario any day, because I like Pac-Man, but, you know, in terms of entertainment, it was originally made something in a coin-op that was meant to be a 30 to 120 second experience you pump quarters into. And without that financial investment, it's less of a sit-down game that you kind of get invested in.
They've now gone on to start quoting ABBA songs, so I think there's an insurrection happening. Let's see.
I hate that movie on me.
What's a cartoon you never want to see rebooted?
Mr. Pickles, but they do it anyway. In fact, they tagged Enter and me in the freaking trailer.
Tag, suck it, we're rebooting.
I was saying to him the other day, you know, I think we've done the opposite by saying this show is crap, because they're actually using our use of it to give it more attention, which could probably says something as well, like Grand Seeks Help, but fortunately they've never tried to reboot Adult Party, so probably rebooting Adult Party, that would be bad. Yeah.
We've done Robot Chicken already.
Yep.
We've done Top Canadian Cartoons.
25.2 kilometers.
What video are you most proud of?
Best fun cartoons. Definitely, because I don't know if this makes sense to people, but it was just me. It was me being excited. It was me being happy about the future. It was about looking forward to exciting modern cartoons that aren't in the past. It's not even nostalgic. It's what's happening now. And I think that was just a wonderful experience. I loved editing it. I loved looking back at these cartoons because it was an exciting look at the future. And so much of cartoons is about looking back at the past and saying the past is better. But Best Modern Cartoons was about looking at the future and seeing the amazing stuff we have today, and looking at the very real cartoon revolution of just how much quality stuff we're getting nowadays. We just didn't have in the 90s. So yeah, it was just concentrated excitement to me. I was proud of every moment of that one.
So the angry Croatian gamer wants to know what the best Croatian cartoons are. I think that'll be all we'll have to do, because we're started on Sweden, but Croatia will get on there next.
Where's Croatia?
Where is Croatia?
Yeah.
How dare you?
I'm sorry.
You stupid boy.
I'm a high school dropout. Stay in school.
People have been asking about Thomas the Tank Engine repeatedly, but I'm sure you've already talked about
We
that.
talked about it earlier, I think. We'll repeat that. I'll let you know again. British cartoons, particularly...
Cartoon Crush.
I'll just quickly finish my thoughts on that.
Nope.
Best kids' cartoons, I think. Thomas, Simon, Sam, all those great British cartoons, they all have this creativity to them that you don't see with many other genres. There is often that pandering in the kids' cartoon department, and there is always that class and creativity to it, and it's like a very well put together story, each one. I think the British cartoons like Thomas really show how much investment the adults put into their kids and how much they expect of their kids. So I'm a big fan of it. You know, I grew up with Fireman Sam, had a Fireman Sam role, and Thomas the Tank Engine when I was growing up, so I've nothing but respect for him.
What video are you least proud of?
Least proud of
Probably all our Let's Plays.
was South Park, and probably was South Park because even though I look back on it and most people don't hate it, I think I should have given people got the impression I didn't like the LGBT community, but what I didn't like was seeing Mr. Garrison graphically mutilated, and I don't like seeing people mutilate themselves, but I do understand some people don't feel comfortable in their gender when they grow up, and that can be a horrible thing, and it's not something I can understand. So the fact that people misinterpreted that, and I do have some friends that fit into that category who did contact me saying, is that really how you feel? I feel terrible about it. I felt so awful that they got this misconception, because the amount of persecution that those people can go through, that particular people who do have that uncertain mindset of their gender can go through. There is like a 60% rate of them being abandoned by their families or not accepted by their families. Massive, massive depression rates. So they deserve so much respect. So I felt awful about that misconception.
You've talked about My Little Pony, haven't you?
Yeah, as I mentioned, it's going to be my best kids' cartoons. And I may even get a guest star in there who started his channel on My Little Pony and was able to recommend a particular few good episodes to me, including one starring Vidal. So,
Anika B wants to know why you decided to do this on a treadmill. He obviously doesn't know it's 40 degrees outside.
In Australia right now, it's about 40 degrees Celsius. And, the other thing is that I don't have a camera that can...
Because drones are expensive.
Yeah, and it would be bouncing around on my head or something. It would be quite tricky to hold the camera to my face for all 42 kilometers. So at some point, I really did want to do that at first because I wanted to show a lot of America, some of the beautiful scenery of Australia. But at the end of the day, I couldn't afford it, and I couldn't really find the right camera equipment, and I couldn't find a steady internet connection that was mobile.
You still can't.
And as well as that, going 4 to 5 hours with a mobile transmitting a live stream would be extremely intensive on power, and I wouldn't have a power outlet. So it's quite tricky, and I did put a lot of time into trying to figure out a way to do it, but at the end of the day, I still wanted to do it though. If we can raise a bit of money, a bit of fun, I think it's still worth doing.
Everyone keeps asking what the meaning of life is, hoping you'll give the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy answer.
42.
Excellent. Now we can stop that.
Varies from individual to individual based on life experiences.
No, we don't. No. That's not the 42 is the answer.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Wrong. 42.
Okay, so what else we got? Least favorite episode of SpongeBob?
One Course Meal was pretty awful. Help for Gary was particularly horrendous as well. Just the imagery was awful. SpongeBob was out of character. I really didn't like SpongeBob You're Fired because, again, it's putting so much. SpongeBob is a naturally very happy-go-lucky, very cheery person who is just a free spirit, and I think that's what is the essence of SpongeBob. And in recent seasons, sometimes you can go away from that character. It's a small slip on the writer's part, these things happen. But it was putting so much investment in SpongeBob's job. He actually fell apart when he didn't have that job, and it was his entire meaning in his life was being a prodigal. I was like, no, being a good person, having fun with the hobbies you enjoy, that's what defines characters, that's what, how you treat others. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't like what this episode represents. Sorry, getting it's having pumped.
Yes, well, don't worry, everything's buffering at the moment. Your laptop is not handling this well.
Can you close down any extra programs to get high priority?
I've given it as high priority as I can.
Okay.
I think next time you can just run around your living room.
That would be no fun.
The interesting thing is OBS has got a perfect video of you, but YouTube's not getting it, and I've got my...
NBN. How can this not
No, we're not on NBN.
That's NBN.
Yeah, but we're not on that. We're on my 3G. And when we were on the other one, it wasn't working. On the NBN, it wasn't working.
Can you ask people if the connection's better or worse than before?
I think it's actually more to do with your computer. It's struggling.
Okay, that's it. I need to think about investing in something that can actually run this sort of thing, because it's frustrating because people are taking the time to tune in, and the bloody thing isn't loading.
YouTube hates seriousness, apparently.
Seriousness?
Because it started buffering once you got serious.
It's very different.
What do you hear? Have you heard of him? Have you ever heard of Scott Pilgrim?
Of course we've heard of Scott Pilgrim. I mean, that's a fair question. Sorry, I'll just quickly jump to the live chat. Josh is actually talking about I can't keep up. It's going so fast.
Yeah, welcome to my world.
Well done, guys. You're doing a fine job. Okay, well, in case people can't hear, I'll talk about Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I'm a big fan of that movie, actually. Raz and I both are. Can you give your thoughts on this?
It was a really good movie, but at the moment I'm concentrating on technical things, so you have to talk.
I think it was interesting because Scott wasn't that likable a character. He was actually a bit of a jerk, a bit of an immature jerk. But what essentially happens is, in video game mindset, I've always had that mindset of video game growing up as well, and it just so coincided with my mindset. And he essentially gets the crap beaten out of him, and the get over yourself beaten out of him throughout the movie to kind of get him back on track. And I thought it was an interesting kind of contrast. I think it was an interesting message. And I love the characters. It was also colorfully done, so stylized. Are we getting anything, Raz?
We're getting better now.
Good, good.
Oh, no, wait, no. We lost. No, wait, you're back again.
Okay, good.
It's just buffering every couple of seconds because YouTube is not accepting this input very well.
I don't know what to do to fix that. I mean, Australia, isn't it? It's garbage. I mean, do you think if I go better wireless, or do you think it's the actual
No, I think
processing
the thing, yeah, well, A, it's the process power. I've rocked everything onto the separate core each, but unfortunately,
Any other programs that might be?
no, there's nothing on there. Honestly, I didn't have time to actually look through it, so I don't know. Like,
Degree in IT, I trust
yeah,
you.
I know. Wait, you literally just gave me this laptop and said do it. So
What
I
I
didn't.
said, I'm sorry, I said, you know what you're talking about. I shouldn't be questioning you on that. I don't know what you're doing.
And
So that
so,
is you can tune in here right now.
I think everyone's heard bitching about. They want to know if the heat wave we're having now is typical Aussie weather or if it's a super heat wave.
It is the worst heat wave we've had in Australian history.
Since last year, though. And
Yes,
then the
but-
year before that, and then the
each
year
year we get
before that,
worse and
and then
worse.
the year before that.
Climate change doesn't exist. It isn't afraid of cold. No? So yeah, we're having the worst heat wave in history to the point where even between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. I still can't do my house run because it is so insanely hot. You can put a sheet on when you're sleeping and you still sweat like crazy. It's crazy.
Alrighty, so SpongeBob. See, this is the thing. Like, as soon as I start working on something, I lose track of the chat. Let's see. It's minus 21 outside. No.
Yep.
Thanks for making a live stream. What are your thoughts on edgy cartoons?
Oh, what do you think they mean by edgy?
I don't know, and I have no idea.
Well, I guess something like Batman vs Superman or Man of Steel would be considered edgy. It's appealing to that sort of Call of Duty mindset demographic where everything's going to be dark and ultra serious. I think the interesting thing about edginess is that for a certain age it is good, but a lot of people, the way we mature is we actually come to accept that we have a childish side as well. We're not just completely solidly, I'm like, I can't stop thinking. So I think there's a lot of maturity to be had from not just enjoying edgy stuff, but enjoying something which can be a bit childish and accept that's who we are. You know, we're allowed to be childish. You know, as long as you're getting some enjoyment from it. So yeah, I don't think it's edgy stuff. I don't tend to be about edgy stuff. I tend to like stuff that's self-parody.
What did you? Someone's asked what you thought of Ren and Stimpy, which I'm sure you've answered in one of your actual videos.
Well, it's been like Beavis and Butt-Head. It was what essentially began that 90s gross-out genre that only Ren and Stimpy could really get right, had that right parody humor to it. So, yeah, I didn't watch that much of it growing up. It was, we had like Ren taking out his stomach acid and feeding it to Stimpy. Oh, wait, the other way around. Stimpy feeding his stomach acid to Ren. And all sorts of gross out situations, which does appeal to some people, but I'm not a massive gross out person myself, but it eventually led to stuff like Daria, so I can't complain.
Okay. Like, Darko Foxfire keeps asking who your favorite Code Lyoko character is, seemingly unaware of the fact that you have never watched it.
Code Lyoko, what was it called?
Code Lyoko.
Code Lyoko. I'm sorry, I haven't watched Code Lyoko myself. I keep hearing about it, but it's an anime, I believe.
Okay. Freddy Got Fingered or Ren Seeks Help, which is worse?
Freddy Got Fingered. It's a tough one. They're both equally bad in their own ways. Ren Seeks Help is the worst thing to come out in terms of animation that I'm going to talk about. Cartoons. Because it is so dark-spirited and it's looking directly as that completely empty mindset of just taking pleasure in the suffering of others. But Freddy Got Fingered is just so sad because it is completely bottom of the rung. I will say it's less insightfully evil and cruel. It is just mindlessly evil and cruel. So I think it's more viscerally horrendous and scary because in Freddy Got Fingered because we're looking at real people, being animated as dead and blown up and stuff. Child abuse and those horrible concepts. So I would probably say Freddy Got Fingered is a little worse. Yeah, that's true. Ren Seeks Help didn't do paraplegics and child abuse and dragging a newborn infant around by its umbilical cord and licking the balls of animals. So yeah, Freddy Got Fingered's worse. Yeah, I'll say worse.
The real Sporticus, because apparently the one on the actual show is
I've seen
fake,
it a few times, yeah.
wants to know what your favorite female audience cartoon is.
Female audience cartoon?
I'd say most of what you watch is female audience.
Ooh, burn. Hey, you would say that. In terms of me, well, obviously I think you can pretty steadily say when they put on fashion shows and stuff, My Little Pony is quite aimed at a female audience, but still able to cater to the adult audience, and some males. There's certainly a camaraderie and those other deeper messages that My Little Pony can get through. But if you said Steven Universe was catering to girls, but I don't actually believe that. I believe it caters universally equally.
There seems to be another insurrection going on in the chat right now, something to do with Eggs Benedict and exotic butter, so I've actually...
We sell Eggs Benedict at work.
Wait, at BP?
At BP. I still do one BP on Saturdays.
For Eggs Benedict?
Every Saturday I still do BP, all for social sake, just to get me out of the house. One of our biggest sandwich sellers is Eggs Benedict. I would say Eggs Benedict because butter is essentially just straight fat. It has lots of, it actually has trans fats and saturated fats very heavily. And it's pretty much the most straight calories you can have. So, yeah, I go Eggs Benedict because it actually has lots of proteins and it has iron. And even though it's mixed with a bit of crap,
Have you watched the new series, A Series of Unfortunate Events from Netflix?
I think they had a movie too. I haven't watched it myself. A friend of mine's just getting me into Netflix right now. But I've been trying to get into Netflix ever since Bojack, to be honest. Maybe I should have got a Netflix.
I know I would have thought you'd at least just gotten an account for it.
Well,
like, your TV can handle Netflix, so, and you've got a Chromecast, so there's no, it's not like you can't watch it.
Yeah, well, I just don't really sit down that many nights and just watch Netflix.
No, you play Ragnarok Flicker.
I play it for 5 minutes a day, thank you, Raz.
He likes Ragnarok Flicker.
I like looking Skinner box games.
Darko Foxfire doesn't realize you're in a gym because we've mentioned that about 6 times.
What does he say?
Where are you?
Oh, I'm in a gym. I'm running at a gym. Anytime Fitness, in case anyone's wondering, the crew who helped me get it all set up and wonderful. They came in on a Sunday to turn down the radio so I wouldn't get a copyright claim because the bloody YouTube can hit the radio. So yeah, they've been lovely. I've been at this gym for about 5 years. I mean, there's that kind of gym junkie mindset more to it.
By the way, how many kilometers have you done?
It's good equipment and stuff, you know, and lovely stuff. What I've been to, so we are up to nearly 28 kilometers.
28 kilometers.
So we're getting there, about 14-ish to go.
Yeah, excellent. So we're about two-thirds of the way there. I can do maths. There, we've done that, which is worse. What's that? What are your thoughts on Undertale? We haven't finished it. We need to finish it because apparently the little bit we played wasn't even remotely representative of the whole game.
Undertale was so bizarre. You and I can talk about that.
We can play it, we'll have to at some point play it through, but
it's just such a great example, and I'm kind of going through this mindset right now while going through best kids cartoons. I'm looking at cartoons that don't do everything through solving all problems through direct conflict, and seeing such a smart, kind of adult, dark game do that in a very kind of earthboundy kind of fashion, I thought was so refreshing, because it does always come up with this interesting way to do the conflicts. You know, you might say something nice to the character, and he might take it really nicely and walk away or something. It's just so different, and it's great to see something not done through just conflict and that sort of stuff, but actual creative innovation. Help yourself to whatever you like for us.
I'm going to offer you another.
Oh, thank you.
Apparently Eggs Benedict is a reference to Friday Nights at Freddy's. Thank you for that, Kentucky. I did not know. And
was never really into Five Nights, as you know.
No, it was jumpy horror, and I don't know, I never liked jumpy horror. I like horror that's like truly terrifying, that you walk away from and you don't ever understand.
Well, exactly right. It's Raz is more into psychological horror that you can walk away from, and will still have that lurking feeling in your skull of this could happen. This is unsettling to my outlook of life, and that's what I think true horror is all about, making you feel insecure about the world, which is a horrible thing. That's why I don't watch horror. I think life is scary enough as is, but that's certainly what a true master of horror can do. Someone like Lynch is able to viscerally tap into the uncanny valley very well just through visual imagery. There are people in society that just have these mindsets that are so good, that are tapping into our visceral, like, evolutionary insecurities so well. Excuse me, my manners.
Do you know when the best kids' cartoons are being uploaded?
I'm doing it as fast as I can at the moment, sorry. I've just had a few complications lately with really, really bad quality. And I haven't had a cold like this for 4 years. And, you know, I've got a little bit of getting this set up, but I haven't been working on it, but I've been trying to get the script right. The problem is that it's hard to make that bar limitation on what is a kid's cartoon and what isn't. Like, you can argue most stuff is kids' cartoons, but it appeals to adults, it appeals to that older demographic.
Wilderness wants you to love him.
You're awesome, Wilderness.
There we go, excellent.
Well, cool, Wilderness, and thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it.
What's your thoughts on season 4 of Steven Universe? Have you enjoyed it so far?
I really have. I will argue some of the filler episodes haven't been as good to me. What tends to stick to my mind is the episodes where the gem go on a journey or something like that. But episodes with onions or episodes where he's helping out in a dream in the pizza joint, it's okay. But particularly episodes like the more onion, I'm just sort of meh on. As I said, Lars and Ronaldo don't get much screen time anymore. They're my least favorite characters. But they don't really get that much screen time, so I don't mind. But Onion still gets a fair bit of screen time. I'm not a big fan of him. But yeah, some of the talents look. I think the minor characters are not the specialty of Steven Universe, but the main cast of Gems and Stephen and Greg are so good that they overshadow minor characters like Mr. Smiley I can pass on. But yeah, and I guess that's one of the values of the show. The main characters are so good they overshadow the problems of the minor characters.
Okay. Have you ever seen the show Detention Air?
I'm not going to call.
You're not going to call? You just did.
Sorry, excuse me. You and I both watched it growing up, actually. It was on around the time of Science Court. We had episodes like...
Detention Air?
Yeah.
I remember watching Science Court, but I don't remember watching Detention Air.
Detention, I think it was...
No, not Detention. Detention Air.
Detention Air.
As in, like, a millionaire except for detention?
You know, I'm kind of curious on that now. I don't want to grow up. I want to look it up. Detention Air. Detention. It's really hard with my stubby fingers. Detention Air. Oh, okay. It's like an indie series with really high ratings. It's, oh, it's a new one, 2014.
Guess you'll have to watch it at some point.
Yeah. Thanks for the recommendation.
Let's see. You talked about when your next video will be. You talked about Steven Universe 4. Nothing but horror and misfortune on the way. Look away. Oh yeah, what's your thoughts about Transformer now that Michael Bay's been booted?
I'm sorry, Michael Bay's been cruising for Transformers?
After apparently 5's being directed by someone else.
Yes! This is wonderful, people. No more Michael Bay. We may actually be able to sit through a 2.5-hour film that won't make, as Doug said, explosions boring. This would be fantastic. As I've said, Transformers 4 was the most horrible cinema experience I have ever had. I've sat through some really garbage movies. The cinema experience, obviously, the worst movies, but in terms of going to the cinemas, that was the longest 2.5 hours I've ever done. No, I think that's wonderful. I'm really surprised because the money still talks, despite the critics not liking it. The box office, every single one is still a hit. Particularly more because they did a lot of it in, I think it was Kowloon or China, somewhere in China. And they appealed to that Chinese audience. They got a massive box office hit because of it, universally. So because of those very shrewd manipulative tactics, I'm surprised they were losing. It's nice that they're not putting the dollar first. I don't. I'm sure it'll still be some. I don't know. Do you know who they're actually using it as?
Not off the top of my head. I could Google it, but I dare not touch anything while it's working.
That's it. I'll Google it. It's Transformers 5 director.
Because the stream is, at the time we're talking, the stream is actually only up to where you're eating your second banana. So I think the stream's about 5 minutes behind this time. Which is making interaction interesting.
Yes.
When are you going to stop running? When you hit 42 kilometers?
When I hit 42.3 kilometers. So
I like how you're going to have a 0.3 in there as well.
Yeah, I'll tell you where we are in a second. I was looking up the last night. Okay, so we're going with the kind of medieval genre between Transformers 5. Directed by Michael Bay.
Oh, really?
Yes, it is.
I read an article that said it wasn't.
Oh, it is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you got me so happy about that.
Well, you passed $200 for the donations. So that's interesting.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, guys. Oh, why didn't you tell me that earlier?
I don't know, because I just saw it then.
Guys, thank you. That's wonderful. You don't have to donate, but oh, that's fantastic, guys. Oh, we could do something good for a great cause. Oh, thank you.
Who do you like better, Sporticus or Robbie Rotten?
Who was the second choice?
Robbie Rotten.
Robbie Rotten, who's that?
From Lazy Town.
Oh, that's actually a tough choice. When I showed Raz the episode of Lazy Town, he was like,
I found Robbie Rotten infinitely more interesting and actually had a lot more screen time than Sporticus, but despite being the villain.
Well, that's the thing. Robbie Rotten does do everything he can to promote against being lazy, which is wonderful, while still being a really entertaining villain. And all the memes tend to be done Robbie Rotten because he is such an interesting character. I think the thing about Sporticus is we actually don't see him that often. He's got such a great supporting cast, though. That,
I don't know if he's got a great supporting cast. I mean, there's the girl with pink hair and Robbie Rotten.
She's really good.
Is she?
Yeah.
Is she?
She's a freaking
I don't even know her
child
name.
actor. Like, the garbage child actors we've seen growing up, she is good. I thought so anyway. I don't know. I would probably go with Robbie Rotten as well. I mean, obviously I like the hero of Sporticus because he's sporty and stuff. You know, it's hard not to want to be like Sporticus, but Robbie Rotten is certainly a really good actor. I think he's got a harder role to take because he's got to play the villain and he's got to be on set all the time. He's got to make having junk food all the time uninteresting, and he's got a really tough role. So I have a lot of respect for the actors.
You've now been. So how long have you now been running?
So
3 hours and 16 minutes.
195 minutes.
3 hours and 16 minutes. I'm looking at the stream.
Yeah, 29.4 kilometers so far.
When you're not looking at that god awful movie, that god awful cartoon, what are your thoughts on Felix the Cat?
I talked about Twisted Tales of Felix the Cat in Lost Cartoons. That was a really good cartoon. It was essentially a very, very bizarre, probably the most bizarre cartoon I've ever seen. Looking at these different worlds and kind of very twisted. It was essentially like a string of consciousness of the creators of just Felix the Cat getting into these weird, bizarre settings. It was twisted, like the title says. And it was kind of the original 1930 Felix the Cat, while it was very bare bones simple, there was this kind of creepy darkness to it, and I think Twisted Tales so perfectly emanates that. So I would recommend Twisted Tales of Felix the Cat. If you can find a copy, that's really good.
Vocaloid thinks you need to rest. She doesn't realize this is you having fun.
It wouldn't be a charity if I rested now, would it? Part of the fun of it is that I've got to do 42 Ks. You have to see me suffer. I'm not suffering for it. What's the point? But thank you for your concern, Leslie. I do appreciate it.
Let's see. Thoughts on the... Oh yeah, there's a Nickelodeon reboot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Have you seen that?
I keep getting asked about that. I unfortunately haven't seen more than one episode, so I'm not really sure where to comment on that one. I've heard it's really good quality from the general cultural osmosis and the other critics I've heard about it from. The animation's certainly a step up. But I'm not sure what to comment on that one today.
Excellent.
Originally, Bryce and I were really into the 90s Turtles like everyone else, but we can recognize it was a toy sellout. And I guess you've got to admire that they have taken that simple toy sellout franchise and turned it into something creative and some of the new genres Michael Bay hasn't, but the new cartoon Nickelodeon series has. So I think it's one of the better things we've got on Nickelodeon right now.
Excellent. Alrighty, now, Powerpuff Girls 2016.
Oh,
Any good?
it wasn't my worst cartoon remake, so probably not that good.
Well, I mean, that doesn't guarantee anything. Just because you put it on the worst list, that doesn't make it bad.
Well, yes, some would argue that. It reminds me too much of Teen Titans Go. A character like Bubbles, this feels like an almost direct clone of Starfire. And I think people have mentioned it before as well, but the focus is on the girls, and to me anyway, not everyone, the girls are the least interesting characters. They were kind of meant to be parody good girl stereotypes, yet the focus has been taken onto those zero character stereotypes. As well as that, I know it's just me being nostalgic, but I'm not as fond of the new voice actors. I like, and they seem to just always put Mojo Jojo in these very... All they do is just put them in these silly, humiliating settings. They don't really play around with the characters much. And I think, as I mentioned before, the focus, the best part of that series was originally the villains. Craig McCracken just had that mindset that could still parody real life very insightfully for adults, but still make something entertaining for kids. So, yeah, I really wish they'd gotten Craig on board, because I think he really could have added that extra insight when they said, let's do a episode about, memes. They could have said, no, that's a stupid idea, let's do this.
Someone's screaming in Spanish in the comments, and I actually don't know enough Spanish to translate it.
Senor. God, I can't remember hello in Spanish, which is a shame, because one of my friends is Spanish. Just silly.
Okay, so have you ever heard of the band Rush? I haven't.
Rush? No, I haven't heard of those before.
Nope, never heard of them.
Sorry about that.
We've done thoughts on Dragon Ball Z. Ricky thinks I need to get on the treadmill, and we both know that's just not going to happen.
Well, you should say hello every now and then.
I am. I'm talking and chatting at the same time. Oh yeah, Pingu. What did you think of Pingu?
Pingu. It certainly wouldn't make my best kids' cartoons.
It's so useless.
It's just so nothing.
Like, it's inoffensive, I guess.
You did remember it.
I remember it just because of the newt sound effects.
It was very nothing, and that was kind of the thing. I wasn't really a big fan of the animation style, even as a kid. It was a bit too clean, a bit too lazy, Wallace and Gromit, without anything too innovative. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was quite an old one. I don't know if they're still making them or not, or how that one went. I have a feeling it's probably one of those series that made a ton of episodes for. It's when you go into claymation, you're doing it tough. You really are. Every frame has to count because it's so hard to set up exact models. So that's why I give something like a British cartoon like Trapdoor so much credit, because every frame has to count, and it always has to be kind of colourful and innovative. So I think you're doing it tough when you do claymation. So any cartoon that can do a reasonable claymation, deserves credit.
Alright, now the stream is actually running fairly well, and since apparently YouTube believes that anytime you talk serious it should break, I'm going to ask you, one of the people in the chat asked, what are your thoughts on dealing with depression, since this is all a mental health thing?
What I'm doing right now.
Literally running on a treadmill for 3 hours. Apparently that's awesome.
I don't recommend doing 42 kilometers or anything like that. I mean, if you want to work towards that, it's doing a little bit of easy cardio.
This is not easy cardio.
No, I can go past it. I've got,
yes, I know you can go past it.
I've done 12 marathons and 2 ultras, so I have a lot of experience, but just half an hour a day can actually have as strong an effect as antidepressants on moderate depression. So they've actually done studies that have proved that. So I do really recommend a bit of cardiovascular. I'm not as big into weightlifting and stuff. I think that does a little more than vanity, and it can actually develop into quite an obsessive habit. But that being said, if you like weights, just getting your body moving, doing something as simple as doing a walk around the block. When I was a kid, I was about 13, I started by just doing evening walks around the block, because I was struggling with depression at the time. And even today, a little movement every day, if you can, for the sake of something, take a break, can just really help your mindset. It can take you from a 4 out of 10 to maybe a 5 out of 10. And even if you don't notice that big a difference, you may feel better at the end of the day. There's never been a run I've looked back on and said, I wish I'd never done that run. So I think, and the hardest part can often be getting off the couch, and that can often be getting the initiative to say, I'm going to walk out that door. It's often the hardest part. And sometimes you don't even have to walk out the door. You can do a little cardio at home, do some star jump, something. Try to fit in 15, 30 minutes, though. Just of walking, whatever you're comfortable with. It can make a huge difference. And as you get older, the strength of your legs actually staves off Alzheimer's. It's one of the recent studies found that the strength of your legs has a huge effect on your mobility and stuff as you get older. So you can guarantee yourself, well, you can certainly a very good chance you'll have a more comfortable, better life overall if you can give yourself time to put in a little bit of cardiovascular. Plus, it's great for your heart. So yeah, it's also great. They found helps in studying as well. People who do a little bit of cardiovascular while they're studying at uni, they found uni students had improved scores and improved concentration. So yeah, nothing but benefits I found. Just finding the initiative to do that.
So So
It's not always easy though.
how many kilometers are we at the moment?
We are at 30.7, so we're getting there steadily.
So we've got another 12, 11.3.
Yeah.
I was expecting him to run an actual marathon, not what I expected. Well, you actually are running a marathon, just not out in the open.
Sorry, it's not out in the open. As I said, I really would like to have done it out in the open. But in terms of getting a camera set up, having a connection to the internet, it's quite tricky when you're running outdoors. So, yeah, the logistics of that was a bit too tough, but I still wanted to do it. You know, we can have a bit of fun. Figured at least something. And you know, we've already raised over $200 for a fantastic cause. So, very happy about that. Very, very shocked. Thank you all.
Let's see, someone wants to crawl the marathon. Good luck with that.
They're probably more tricky than actually walking it. Because humans are meant to be biped, two-footer creatures. Crawling is actually done in workouts when our kung fu class used to actually.
Someone's screaming in Russian now.
How do you tell?
Because I can, well, my girlfriend is Russian. I know what Cyrillic looks like.
This is a good point.
They do less crime fighting in the reboot. I don't know. People are talking. I'm trying to keep track of the conversation. Minecraft or Roblox? Minecraft.
Minecraft, for me personally, I still get some joy out of Minecraft. Or Tekkit. Raz and I used to play a lot of Tekkit, where we'd he'd set up like jetpacks, electronics, and little societies of mining systems and stuff. So we've had a lot of fun with that. It's good creativity stuff. Just very good for mellowing out. Love doing a let's play of that soon. You'll have to join me for the next one, Raz.
Yes, well, unfortunately, we stopped doing that when I started working full time. But now that I've changed my schedule, we might be able to start doing that again at some point.
I really do want to release something new on another top list of LiveStrider. But I've been focusing on trying to get the script right, which I'll hopefully have done by tonight. I can do a voicing and focus on the next class.
Alright, did you end up seeing Suicide Squad?
As I said in worst movies of 2016, the problem with Suicide Squad is I've lost all faith. I was not giving DC another $25 to let them, wave my cash in the box office and say, hey, look, we just took another $25 out here. We actually made our $250 million back. Don't you feel like an idiot? So yeah, and I had mixed reviews for it. Generally what I heard was that the director's cut was much better because there was more character development, and a lot of it was very confused and sliced up. And you wonder how that is. We've got 2.5 hour minimum nowadays for our movies, yet we still can't tell a coherent story. So yeah, mixed feelings on it.
Okay. Kill the Kill. You never saw that anime because people just don't get that you don't watch anime anymore.
That was recommended.
It's teenagers in high school running around in sexual aid clothing.
Yeah, and was it really controversial or really violent?
Yes, because they had their clothes were. It's like Bayonetta, where her hair is her clothes and her hair. Yeah, it's like nothing stays controversial for long.
This is true.
Let's see, we've done thoughts on Steven Universe. He's already hit his goal. What's your favorite hobby? Literally what you're doing.
My favorite hobbies. I really like meditating in my spare time. Like, not all the time, but I try to meditate 20 minutes per night just to try and ease my mind a bit and get anxiety away. Whether successful or not, I don't know, but I try to make a habit of that regularly just to keep a bit more at ease emotionally, not to be emotionally harsh. I like to chill at night, watch a few movies. Occasionally I'll watch Netflix with friends. I like to see movies with Raz. I like to do what I'm doing now, run outdoors. I much prefer running outdoors than running on the treadmill. Because I love the running community. Yeah. I've got a limited number of hobbies, but I'm also a psychology student. I love talking with lecturers about psychology and stuff, and interacting with the classes. Definitely going back to psychology to do this semester.
Right. There's an Angry Birds movie.
Yeah, the Angry Birds movie, that was another Sony one. The problem with Sony movies is
That they'll greenlight anything? They greenlit a battleship movie. Literally, I sunk your battleship. They greenlit a movie about
Oh,
that.
and that one I did see, and that was horrible. That was so forgettable. The problem is that they just go with whatever is the biggest topic. They go with whatever is the most popular mindset. Pixel seems like one of their movies. Oh, not so much. That's more old school, but very much emojis would be expected. Smurfs, they just go for whatever they know is in the public consciousness and try to work on that familiarity and throw in as many product placements at the same time to get their money back. Just make as much money as possible.
What's your favorite rhythm game?
Rhythm game,
It's a DDR or Just Dance?
I like DDR, but I don't play it as much nowadays. But
Now you run instead.
what I like about Just Dance is that it's letting you move your whole body, and whether it's as accurate as not doesn't really matter. As long as you're having fun and moving your body, I think that's a good thing. Whereas I really don't want to stop. If I really have to use the bathroom, could you maybe just work on this for 2 minutes?
No, I cannot. But I will. You keep going, and we'll pause just for a moment while you go to the bathroom.
I'll be right back. Thank you.
So it's bathroom break time, put off.
3 quarters. Let's put it down to 1 corner so we don't lose too much.
Time. There we go. And now a bit of dead air while we wait for him to go to the toilet. Because apparently when you run for 3 hours and 30 minutes, you need to go to the toilet. And the stream's actually caught up. Interesting. I thought we were about 5 minutes ahead. Excellent. Alright, let's log some questions. What's his favorite game? He hasn't talked about that yet. Vocaloid doing the metric to imperial conversion. Favorite flavor of men. Key break, yes. Excellent. Alright, well, everyone, we seem to be all caught up. Horror and animation. Yeah. Wow. So this is the thing. How is everyone? While we wait for Strider to go and relieve his bladder. Let's see, screaming in Russian. I can read to him. Yes, I can. No, I'm not going on camera. I don't like cameras. Does it like Troll Hunters? I see you. LiveStream, Pokemon. Wow, this is just like stuff. I should be keeping like a note or something of all this stuff for when he comes back. There we go. Raz got on camera for a second. Alright, Troll Hunters is good because it was made by a Mexican. I don't even know if that's serious. Star vs. the Force. We've done so many. Why is with Steven Universe and Star vs. the Forces of Evil? Why does everyone love it? Let's see. Often do you get the sip? I have no idea. Do it again. I wasn't looking. Well, no, you just missed it. It was just my hand anyway. How's life? Life's good. I'm standing in the middle of the gym talking to a web camera. This is still going. Nice dedication. Yes, he has to pee. Do you like Pokemon? He does like Pokemon. How do you fix the DC films? You burn them with petroleum. Did you say let it grow? No, I didn't. See my channel? Dang it. Raz, what's your YouTube? Don't have one. Kentucky, are you Patrick now? I mean, how can you be Patrick? He's clearly Kentucky. I'm naked. No, I'm not. There's mayonnaise in it. Oh, hey, look, here he comes.
Oh, man, you let it stop. Why'd you do that?
Well, you can keep running. I didn't see.
It stopped.
Oh, well, keep running.
Ben,
I didn't know how much it was.
Ben.
I didn't know where it was.
Oh,
Oh, well, you're up to about 32
Good
Ks.
job.
That was 32 Ks.
Okay.
So you're 10 off.
Okay. We roll?
Yes, we're rolling.
Okay.
We're waiting and we're back.
Okay.
So, let's see. My Little Pony.
Oh crap! Didn't put it on marathon mode.
Go. So he's back now.
Sorry about that.
That's alright. People want to know if you like troll hunters.
Troll hunter. What was that?
I have no idea.
Well, let's look it up.
They also want to know how you would fix the DC universe. I'd burn it personally.
Well, the thing is that everyone's trying to repeat what Christopher Nolan did essentially with the Batman universe. He was giving it that seriousness, but at the same time, still, sorry, cognitively a bit off. I think if they just took themselves less seriously, basically, they were actually able to allow their characters to not be, get rid of the black color, like actually give the characters some color, stop trying to take, because Batman can be silly, Superman can be super silly, he is such an overpowered character, there's so much fun you can have with it, but there is no color in this DC universe, it's just fires and dark and black, and every character is looking down and so serious. So I think that I would make it, I hate to say it, but I'd just do a Marvel on it. I would actually have the characters joke a little, I'd have the characters actually have some fun, for God's sake. You know, and that's what it all kind of comes down to for me. We're talking about characters in spandex costumes. So, you know.
Alrighty. The Lego movie, you enjoyed that, didn't you?
Yeah, I really liked that. Did you see that one, Bruce?
Yeah, I saw it with you. I was literally sitting beside you.
You did, sir. I think it was just a good global message. And one of the great things that came out of Australia. It was just about saying you make yourself special. You can have the effect of improving yourself and making yourself something special. No one is born special. You know, with privileges and stuff, but what you make of yourself is up to you. And I think that's a lot of wisdom you're taking from that.
So how was it working with Nostalgia Critic? He was your idol for so long. How was it to finally work with him?
Yeah, well, he keeps busy like I do. Well, that's the thing, you know. I'm probably not as big a workaholic as he is, but we both are just really passionate about our work. I like to think anyway. And I've always kind of had that mindset as well ever since I got into it. I think it's one of the ways we kind of click and connect is that I have a lot of respect for that, just being so invested in your mindset and in your passion, sometimes to the point of not being aware as where you should be of other things. And that's just kind of part of the way we live. Certainly part of the way I live. I can't completely speak for him, but that's just the general impression I got from him. And, you know, yeah, and, you know, he works hard and always tries to make time for other people, and it's hard not to respect that, you know.
Excellent. Let's see. Do your feet hurt?
I got a little bit of pain in my thigh area, but that's pretty normal around the 32 kilometer point. You're worried about.
So you're at 32 when I let it lapse, so once
So
you've done 10,
32
you should be at 42.
Yep.
So, what's your favorite Netflix cartoon series?
Probably Bojack, to be honest. That was the only Netflix series I've watched all the way through. And there are things I don't like about it, and certain things I find sort of average, but as I said, there was so much insight in there that and kind of interesting looks at the character and personal struggles in today's society. Even though it is hard to get into the mindset of being a depressed celebrity with everything, but at the same time it works. It's sophisticated enough to work even with that mindset. So yeah, I'd say that would be my favorite.
People keep asking what your thoughts are on the Emoji Movie, clearly hoping you'll dump on it. I mean, what's there to say? It's an emoji movie.
What's the thing?
That's like, what do you want to say?
I guess the thing is, you look at most live-action remakes and essentially address a lot of something like the Emoji Movie there. It's an Smurfs movie. They are just manipulating what is popular in the public consciousness. It's a watch mojo almost. The most manipulative watch mojo you get, where they're just looking to find that familiarity that everyone has, which in this case is emojis. Everyone knows emojis. Somehow making a coherent movie about that?
No. They're not going to make a coherent movie about it. They're going to make a movie
It's
about
going
it.
to be a movie, I don't know.
Coherent is not what it will be.
And so, yeah, it's a...
They want you to go back to your Canadian accent.
Look. What you're talking about? Was that Scottish? I don't know. This is PhantomStrider. Or something, eh? No, this is PhantomStrider. Are we?
Wait, are you in Australia? Yes, we're definitely in Australia.
Yes, we are. What's that?
Do you hate Watch Mojo? Yes, we've mentioned that a million times.
Well, I don't know. It's something that just seems to be about the money. You can kind of understand that, but there's no balance, and you've got to be about the money sometimes and just getting material out. You try to balance it out with creativity. And he's got such a massive team behind him. And the voice just has no personality whatsoever. Hello, this is this movie. Normally, when we think these movies, we think about this and this. So today, it's so robotic. Raz actually thought for the longest time that lady was a robot.
I did. I genuinely thought that was Microsoft Sia. I thought that was literally a voice synthesizer.
I learned it was an actual lady. And I've actually had some of the writers of Watch Mojo contact me and sort of asked, oh, can we take this idea? And I said, well, yeah, why not? But they hire out all sorts of people to write lists for them. And they just spiel it out. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not personally a fan, but some obviously a lot of people like it. Like 13 million subscribers, so who am I to judge?
Interesting. What's your favorite place in Australia?
Gee, it's tough. I think the Gold Coast beaches are beautiful. You go to somewhere like Caloundra, and you get some of those gorgeous beaches. Provided you don't get skin cancer and you start growing some sunscreen, which many Aussies don't, you can be really beautiful and just a wonderful experience. I guess I love Brisbane City. I think Sydney City has become an absolute metropolis that is, I can actually smell the smoke nowadays, so I'm very happy to live in Queensland because it's essentially, Ben and I tend to say it's 10 years behind Sydney, which is
Australia's 10 years behind the rest of the world, so, you know,
yeah,
it's approximately 20 years behind the rest of the world.
certainly the developed world, yes.
Do you think Nostalgia Critic should do a review with Team 4-Star Dragon Ball Evolution? Oh.
Not really. I mean, they don't really go together because Nostalgia Critic doesn't do anime. I know the two are friends and they seem to do cameos with each other occasionally. If they can work something together, why not? That's not something I'm dying to see.
Did you kill Kenny?
I didn't personally kill
Well,
him.
you killed him with a rainbow unicorn during the South Park.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Didn't we kill him in the... We did kill Kenny?
I did kill Kenny. Yeah,
Yes, okay, excellent.
You killed Kenny too.
Ethan Dempsey wants a howdy.
Howdy, Ethan. How you doing?
How much money have we raised? I actually don't know. I haven't got it. I'm not looking at it.
Whether
Someone
we
will
do or
figure it
not,
out.
It's wonderful. I appreciate people just tuning in.
There are places in America that are 40 years behind. See the Rust Belt.
Yes,
You and
sir.
Raj should do a collaboration. He's raised 205. I knew you killed Kenny. Yeah, we killed Kenny. Favorite type of music? Don't say the Neverwinter Night soundtrack, or I swear I will kill. I will hurt you.
You know, I really like Danny Elfman. But that's going to sound odd, but I sometimes, something like the Avengers 2 soundtrack was so good. It was just such a fantastic band there. And Danny Elfman for some reason gets a lot of crap. And I don't know why, because he just makes insanely good soundtracks. So in terms of orchestrated music in a movie, Danny Elfman went away. I really hope they get him back for Avengers 3, Age of Ultron. That would be incredible. Let's see. Yeah, as I said, no specific genre I go through. On here, I'll look through a few songs I've got.
Yeah, like your favorite type of music. I know. I mean, you've already said Weird Al, but surely to God, there's something else in your playlist than Weird Al. It can't just be tacky on repeat.
Some bases. I like a lot of 90s music. I'm an old 90s boy, so I do like Montel Jordan, That's How We Do Over That. Move On by Hanson was good. Boom Boom by Venga Boys. Let's forget copyright claims.
Yeah, you get copyright claim just for listing the names of songs.
I have a soft spot for Britney Spears' old 90s music, like Oops, I Did It Again, Big One More Time. Think about what you will. Occasionally I like a bit of a soft Kylie Minogue song. What would I do?
Are you looking forward to the Lego Batman movie?
I think it's already out, actually.
Probably for the rest of the world.
Yeah, well, Lego movie was so good. It would certainly be something I would actually go to the cinema to see. I probably wouldn't go out of my way to see it, but I might see it with Brad's. You know, this game I might see it eventually. Yeah, I've heard it's really funny. It's getting loved by critics. It's actually got one of the highest rates of good ratings on Rotten Tomatoes. So it really must be quite certainly solid. Very little critics complain about. So I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Alrighty. Bud D wants someone to mention him, so he just mentioned
Bud D?
Bud D.
Hello, buddy.
Star Wars The Last Jedi. Have you read about that yet? The new episode, read up on it, the next Star Wars movie.
Well, Star Wars in general is an interesting topic to talk about. I didn't see the new
Rogue One.
Rogue One because I'm not really interested in that. I'm interested in the main Star Wars universe. I still have that nostalgic investment in seeing Mark Hamill on the screen again because that's the main thing I really want, just to see Mark Hamill in action again as Luke. You know, take that what you will. I don't mind all that because I think it's cool.
What's your favorite fast food?
Probably Subway. I tend to get.
Of course it's Subway. Of course it's the only thing that could even remotely be considered healthy.
I get bad reflux, so you know a lot of the saturated fats and the junk food, and fast foods particularly, tend to just not go down well with me. So yeah, I'd say I like Macca's occasionally, but I like Macca's soft serves. Even though it gives me terrible reflux, so I still enjoy it on Macca's soft serve going.
So apparently there's a Cartoon Network show called Infinity Train, and they aired the pilots at 6 a.m. to see how dedicated the fans were.
Yeah, that's getting a place. That's just wonderful to hear. I put it in the top 3 cartoons of the month just because I did want to see get a little bit more attention. And I really like the voice actor of the main character. She's from We Bear Bear. She plays Chloe. Yeah, I watched it through, and I think it is appealing to that more female teen mystery demographic. But at the same time, I was certainly tuned in, and I think it's one of the best things, certainly in recent modern Cartoon Network, we've seen from them. So I do hope it does get a chance. Hopefully.
So do you think there'll be a Zootopia 2?
I kind of hope so, and I wouldn't put it past. Disney. I think, it struck a chord with so many people that it seems very unlikely they wouldn't do another Zootopia. And I noticed on the internet there is a lot of Are Judy and got the words of them, sorry. Are they an item? Are they going to be an item? That sort of thing. Because it's kind of up in the air. It's very platonic, and a lot of non-Disney movies have been like that. They've been so non-sexual platonic. There's been no real romance going on, because I guess it's generic. And I would say that is something I miss from modern Disney films. I don't think it's all about hugging. I think normal human beings, there's going to be a little bit of sexual tension. Bunnies in this case. But anyway, I do miss a little bit of romance. I think a little romance is good.
Someone's screaming to your head because they're a Scooby-Doo fan.
Oh, yes. I don't know, I spoke out saying that I have watched...
Look, you've gone on a very strong point saying that Scooby-Doo is worse than the Holocaust, so...
Yeah, well, saying Scooby-Doo is bad is worse than Holocaust.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you have to understand that is that you just committed the greatest evil.
People got the impression that I thought LiveStream Incorporated was really bad, but I was citing it as an example of the fact that the series has been going on and on and on for 40 years. I hadn't actually watched it at the time. After watching it later, I was like, yeah, they've taken some innovation with it. They've added character development to the main characters and the great new animation style. So I was impressed with that, but I still do think people have earned it by at this point. At 40 years, they've earned a little bit of innovation from the Hanna-Barbera crew, I think.
That's interesting. Who's your favorite Cartoon Network villain?
Gee, that's a tough one. First thing that springs to mind is actually Jojo. There's got to be another one. Haku's great. I think Haku from Samurai Jack, because he is he's an evil demon that controls all, yet he's very...
He's like a Greek god. He's flawed, he has foibles. He's not like the Christian god where it's like, oh, everything is perfect and everything is terrible. Like, there's perfect and perfectly terrible. Whereas Haku's like a Greek god. They're full of human foibles anyway, so they're more understandable.
And that kind of makes them more fun. So I'd say Haku's a favorite of mine. Jojo is just so fun. And it's probably one of Cartoon Network's favorite as well, because he gets put everywhere.
Localoid wants to know if you've had Runner's High.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I find the study of Runner's High was something I did in psychology, and it's different for so many people. Generally, the consensus from what I've heard is that beta endorphins are secreted when you reach a certain point, which is often brought on by certain thoughts you're thinking about. If you get excited about something, you can bring on that psychological high. You become more prone to highs. I've had my share, and it can really help you do amazing things.
That's actually, rather than doing something boring like psychology and neurophysiology, do your top 10 lists, like, people want to know if they actually are in an order for a reason. Like, do you put one above the other, or are they just a list of...
They're not redundant. Very occasionally, I will do something like put a popular one at number 10, even though it might deserve to be further on the list. But generally, there is very much an order to them. I do try and genuinely do the least tolerable to the worst of all, from 10 to 1, or 6 to 1, or 5 to 1, whatever. Probably, yeah.
Please do the top 10 funniest moments in Mr. Pickles. No.
Well, I'd love to see your list, because there weren't that many funny moments for me.
Let's see. We're losing people because you've been running for 3 hours and 55 minutes.
I don't blame you. Thank you for tuning in at all. I appreciate it.
Well, by the way, how many Ks have you done now?
Well, it's 2.6, so
34.6.
34.6, yeah. Well,
So,
even if it's only just us watching.
no, you've still got 62 people watching.
Really? Thank you, guys. You can shoot half your one, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Runner's Highs are terrifying but awesome. Mr. Pickles is good. Who would win in a fight, Robbie Rotten or Biggie Cheese? Who the fuck is Biggie Cheese?
Biggie Cheese.
Who's Biggie Cheese?
Biggie Cheese.
Is that the villain from Samurai Pizza Cats?
I don't know. It sounds kind of like the villain from Samurai Pizza Cats. Biggie Cheese. He's a rapping mouse character from 2006 computer animated film Barnyard. I'm going to go with Robbie Rotten.
Okay.
If he can be bothered to get off the couch.
Well, I mean, he gets off the couch when someone starts taking over his TV, so...
And he puts on gorilla suits and climbs.
He's actually quite agile. He's quite agile for a guy who eats hamburgers and ice cream all day.
Yeah, you got to give him credit. Some of those recipes he's put together with the sugar they're going to enjoy.
Someone's talking about Beauty and the Beast. We don't really... Oh, Biggie Cheese is a meme.
Beauty and the Beast, right? I love Disney.
Yeah, but I don't.
I want to hear about it.
Alright, did you know that Beauty and the Beast and Belle's Magical World was actually going to be a Beauty and the Beast TV series until it got cancelled?
Well, I can't blame them. Bell's Magical World. I've been wanting to do worse Disney sequels, but the problem is that I think people already know I would put Bell's Magical World on, probably on #1 unless I got something really bad. Because it was garbage animation, garbage story. Even the voice acting must have only given Bell one take. The story was so terrible. It was so cheesy, so stupid. So I think, yeah, I'm not surprised it got cancelled.
Excellent.
I think they would have really done a disfavor to the original movie, so I'm glad they didn't. I'm all for them making a remake. I think that's fine. I was waiting for a remake, but I think they can do it justice, particularly with Hermione. I think she's going to make a really good.
People don't actually believe you're still running. When you said a marathon, they clearly didn't understand that a marathon is several hours.
42 kilometers, so
Another
tune in
8-ish
if you'd like,
kilometers.
if you want to tune in later, whatever you'd like.
You've got another 8-ish kilometers, so... Well, do you like We Bear Bears?
Yeah, it's on my that's on my cartoon list. Bryce, could you do me a favor?
More water?
More water, please, if possible. We're not talking about We Bear Bears. Yes. So, with We Bear Bears, very much in my best of modern cartoons, because it's another one I will watch occasionally. And it's just a very charming set of characters. It's all three bears, you kind of like all three of them. I love that they get Dimitri Martin, the comedian, into play Ice Bear. And they kind of work off each other so well. It's got a little bit of a modern society feel to it, but it's not really smacking you over the head with it at the same time. So I think, it's certainly one of the ones I still tune in for and look for on Cartoon Network when they play it, and I'm glad it's still playing. It's a sign that Cartoon Network still, has those innovative studios that still produce creative content. So yeah, I'm definitely a fan of We Bear Bears. Highly recommend it. I've seen my best one in cartoons if you'd like to know a more in-depth review of it.
Ben J wants to know if you're a sports fan. I guess what you're doing now is technically sports, so...
I guess it's technically a sport, but it's also something you can do by myself without human contact. Excuse me. No, I'm not really a massive sport fan. I don't keep up with rugby, I don't keep up with tennis, or soccer, or basketball. I don't know, there's a strong nationalism group mentality that comes out.
We got a more important question. Simpsons or Futurama?
Futurama any day.
Exactly. See? Easy.
Modern Simpsons, we'll talk about that. I keep tuning in occasionally. I think a lot of us do. But they're appealing to their demographic now. I could say young to mid-20s. They know their demographic. They know what to spoof. And I love that they're always kind of adding something creative. Like they'll tell us about a new amazing scientific discovery or a new service. The problem is that the formula is quite dull now. And honestly, I think, as I've said, after 27 years, you can't blame 28 years. You can't blame them for being a bit slack. I like that the writers, even though they kind of have to continue it on and on, are doing something constructive with it. They're telling us about new scientific discoveries. I think there's
Quite subtly, most people won't actually figure it out.
What do you mean?
Most people won't actually figure out when they're being taught something through the sentence.
I think that's kind of the fun thing. They are so smart, they can teach people and do something good for the world using their long popularity. They're just making the best of a bad situation at this point because they've been going on so long, of course they've run out of ideas. So yeah, but Futurama, it's had the advantage of only running for 6 seasons, I think, and they put so much effort into every episode. There are episodes I don't like that much, but most of it was so good. In terms of being a cultural milestone, Simpsons has done a lot more for our society, but Futurama was so smart and it certainly appealed to Raz and I far more. I'm assuming you would choose Futurama, right, Raz?
Oh yeah, but I was never a huge fan of Simpsons anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I certainly like the characters more, and certainly the setting more and drama. As I've mentioned, I'm a big fan of future and time travel settings. I think there's so much, that's why I'm a big fan of Back to the Future too. It's one of my favorite movies. Because we get, the first half of that movie, we get an insightful, very positive look that isn't just everything's going to die, everything's going to be an apocalypse, not just the generic fallout look of what society might look like in 1,000 years if things actually go well, whether the society pulls their heads together. So yeah, I think it's always so much to look at and always so creative. So I'm a big fan of Futurama.
People are just screaming the name of different sitcoms now. I don't even know if these are questions. Favorite spicy meme? I mean,
Spicy?
why does everyone keep asking about memes? Neither of us clearly know anything about them.
I actually have to look up in the comments. I mean, when I see in the comments a meme has taken off, I'll look it up on the meme dictionary and say, oh, what does this mean? Like, I remember...
Urban Dictionary is great for that.
Yeah, because in SpongeBob was, can you feel it? Can you feel it, Strider? And I was
Okay, who's the worst father? Homer or Peter? Clearly Peter.
Way Peter, obviously. Homer's actually a good dad now.
Homer has some redeeming characteristics. He's terrible, but he has some redeeming characteristics. Peter has no redeeming characteristics.
He is well-meaning, and Peter is a psychopath. That's the thing. He has no redeeming character. He's happy to see his kids abused and hurt, and has no actual deeper love for them, no actual wish for them to see the best of them, and that's just so revolting. It's why I don't give Seth MacFarlane any slack when it comes to talking about Family Guy. I just don't have patience for that. As I said, Simpsons have done the best with what is now arguably a bad situation.
Let's see. Everyone's supporting Michael Fortune because he doesn't think his life is worth anything.
I'm
But
sorry,
that's
Michael.
literally what you're doing now, so that's all good. You're running.
Yep.
You're running for mental health.
You're in a good community. A good community of people, Michael, that I have a lot of respect for. So I hope you can find some small pleasures in life and find some joys in your day-to-day activities. It's I think important. Sometimes what you think is reality is not necessarily reality just because you think it is from your mindset. Sometimes our mindset is clouded and black and we can't see the good in the world. So sometimes it's a matter of just working through it day to day until you can find some small pleasures in life and people you care about. If that's important.
Excellent. Alrighty, now Kevin Wendt wants to know, there's one thing needs to be asked here. While on camera, who would win, Dragon or Raz? Clearly, it would be Dragon. We all know that. We've seen the PvP matches. Have you always hated Family Guy?
How do they know about Dragon? Dragon is in Kevin.
Yes.
How do they know about that? That was with my old
Is it?
Ragnarok. Oh, they mean from the book. Oh, holy crap, these people have actually read my book. Yeah, well, Dragon is a tank. That's the thing. He's just got massive beef, massive armor. Raz is just an agile, kind of black-minded, very well. He was trained by Valaris, though, so he's got extreme experience, you know. And so I'd argue Raz. He ended up.
See, I've seen the PvP matches. Drag always won.
But I mean, story-wise, they're taking.
No, because he was literally meaning PvP.
How does he even know about that?
Kevin. Wait.
It's literally Kevin.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hello, Kevin.
Let's see.
For those interested, we're currently at 36 kilometers. So it's okay.
I can do the additions. What are you? 32 plus.
So it's an additional 4. So
No, it's 32 plus.
32 plus 4.
It's 36.
Yeah. Okay. So 36. 1.2. So 6 kilometers. About 6.1 kilometers to go. Now they're there.
Nearly. It's 4 hours and 5 minutes in, so we might get done before 5 hours.
And, sorry, it has been a bit slower. I just want everyone to be able to hear me a little bit better because I know I talk long.
Oh, it's not just that. I mean, if we could hear you even less, it would be harder. So you've done well. Let's see. Your Strider the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
I don't have a shiny nose.
Yes, you do. You're sweaty and your nose is red, therefore you are Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yeah, I must look like garbage right now.
You look like you normally do after a marathon.
Maybe I look good for 36 kilometers.
Let's see, what else we got? I've been hanging there, bud. Favorite live TV show?
Favorite live TV show?
Yeah. As in, not a cartoon. I know you don't watch a lot of those.
House I watched recently.
See, you could have just said Lazy Town there.
I could have said, but I wouldn't say House. I just have been intrigued and watched a bit of it lately, and I don't recommend it, just because it is very samey. But I get so invested in the character himself. I always want something good to happen to him at the end, and it just gets worse and worse. It's so depressing. Geez, what's a good live action show? I'm thinking back to Nickelodeon sitcoms and like Breaking Junction stuff, and like Harvey and stuff I actually enjoyed.
So did you expect LiveStrider to get as much positive feedback as it has? Asks Ninja Togepi, which I just want to know how a Togepi could be a ninja. It has no arms or legs.
It's obviously very agile.
Clearly.
What's been wonderful about LiveStrider is that it's brought my most close community together, people that really do care about me and each other, and it's just been so touching. And I know we get mushy about that, but
you get mushy about everything.
I've been really happy. It's nice to just be me on the camera and just talking, and people still enjoy it. And when you can kind of be accepted like that, and it not be me just doing lots of video editing and stuff, to be actually me in the face accepted is wonderful. And it makes me very happy to see that. I'm certainly going to continue LiveStrider for as long as I can, because it's nice getting on camera and just doing reviews. And the other nice thing is I can have content out a little bit quicker, because it is more casual, it is more just generally top 5 list, and it takes about 3 to 4 days, relatively intense work to put together, instead of 1 or 2 weeks, which means it's helpful to keep regular content coming out. So yeah, I love LiveStrider.
So what do you think of the 3 best Adult Swim cartoons?
3 best Adult Swim. Rick and Morty, I would say. Rick and Morty, put the list on, I put it in best Morty cartoons. Because, you've seen it as well, haven't you, Ben?
Yeah, it's not bad, but I find it interesting. But other than Rick and Morty, because everyone's going to pick Rick and Morty.
Well, it's one
Samurai Jack, I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, that'll probably be one of my favorites. You watched a lot more Adult Swim than I did. What were some of your favorites?
I've mostly watched Adult Swim for Ghost in the Shell. I'm not going to lie.
That's true. They used to show a lot of anime.
They used to put Ghost in the Shell on late at night. I watched it.
I watched Inuyasha. Which I don't recommend. That was God, a disappointing ending. In terms of Rick and Morty, yeah, that has just been an amazing one in terms of having that dark mindset. And I don't like the animation, I will say that, but it is so intriguing with the settings they get into and just what they do with it. But it's very hard not to be drawn in. Even if you're not laughing out loud at every situation, you're always intrigued and drawn in. And I think that's a bit like Bojack. It's real mindset.
People want you to make a duck sound too. Wang! There we go. That was the duck sound. Wang!
I love ducks.
You like ducks? Why specifically ducks? What about the duck makes you like it?
Oh, it's just such a charming, arrogant animal. And whenever I go near one on a run, it goes. It's like it's protective of its children. If you get near a duck, despite being 10 times the size of them, they'll get mad at you. They'll chase you. I've been chased by many a duck. I like ducks.
Yes, you like ducks.
I like them.
People keep asking about My Little Pony because you apparently never talk about it. I really think you need to make a video about My Little Pony because people just won't give up about it.
Best kids cartoon will have My Little Pony. I guarantee it. Because I have a lot to say about it, because I did watch it actually. Coincidentally, in the last couple of weeks, I have been watching it. And me and someone else, if he wants to down here, will probably have a bit to say about it. I'll tell you my favorite episode. That's something I can do. The Pinkie Pie Party episode from season 3, where they guest star Weird Al, was really good. I will mention that in the review because it's my favorite episode and my guest star's favorite episode as well. Yeah, it's a universal message, and I think that's a nice thing. It's a universal message of camaraderie that transcends the age barrier and the gender demographic. And I think it's just so admirable at the end of the day. It's not for everyone, much like Steven Universe. Raz, for example, would probably think it's far too sappy. He couldn't get past the color scheme.
No, I can't. I can't get past the color scheme.
And I don't blame you. Some people can't, but if you have a bit of cheese tolerance and, like me, enjoy a little bit of cheese, then it's good.
You're going to have to talk about Friendship is Magic or My Little Pony at some point, because people just will not stop asking about it.
It's in the next Best Kids cartoon, so
give up. It will be talked about in the next video. Team 4-Star. Do you like Team 4-Star? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you like the Broly movie?
Yeah.
That was so good.
That was good.
And I'm loving the recent ones where while they're sandbagging for Cell's tournament, they're having different characters come in to fight Cell and keep getting owned.
That's the fun thing about it is they've really done something creative with it, and you can tell the team behind this obviously puts a lot of time into their script and getting the jokes, and it's like The Simpsons saying that fresh through what could be called very generic serial box anime is not always easy, but they've really done the show credits.
To be fair, nowadays I actually like it better than the original.
Yeah, I like both for different reasons, that's the thing.
Let's see, ever heard of potatoes and dragons? Well, I've heard of potatoes and I've heard of dragons, and never together though.
I like cooking them, and I mentioned dragons can cook them very well. You know, I like to mash them up with a little bit of milk and egg, and then have them with some meat. So yes, I like potatoes. I like those.
4 hours, 12.
Well, that's
All
one
buffering.
and that's 37.3 kilometers.
47.33.
Yeah, 37.
There we go, we're back online.
Excellent. That's true. We could just connect to via Ethernet cable.
Stream resumed. We're back online.
Any other questions?
Everyone's screaming about hashtag LiveStrider.
Come on, guys, we're trying.
You watch the Arrow.
What's it? Oh man.
It has Slade / Deathstroke.
Deathstroke?
Yeah, good old Deathstroke.
The Arrow. Is that a Marvel character?
I guess so.
Arrow.
Someone also, Exotic Butter wants to know what you think of Windows XP, which I'm assuming is just a meme.
The original operating system was fantastic. I mean,
I'm more of a Windows 3.1 sort of person.
yeah.
I don't know.
I like 3.1 as well. I mean, Raz and I started with DOS.
Good old DOS. I finished Hacknet recently, and it was like a throwback to my youth, typing commands into DOS and trying to get through a game entirely by using DOS and Linux commands. It was so good.
Well, that's right up your alley, isn't it? So.
Also a really good mystery.
Yeah.
Backlighting is coming to CW. What's backlighting? Blacklighting is coming to CW. I have no idea.
While we're watching this, I'll just go through some of the upcoming lists I plan on doing. So I'd like to do, obviously, Best Kids cartoons coming. Worst religious cartoons I'd really like to do. I've got a lot of great ideas for that, but we've had so many worse lists lately that I've been trying to just lay off that a bit and actually put out a best list for a bit of positivity. But yeah, I'd love to do worst religious as well. So worst anime I really would like to do, but I feel like it's going to get copyright struck as soon as I put it out. So I'd like to do it with Anime America. They've been good sports and have had a couple of ideas for me. I think that would be interesting. And I've got tons of recommendations for worst anime, so I think that will be an interesting list when it finally comes out. And obviously worst Swedish cartoons and LiveStrider. You know what else for LiveStrider? I still really want to do worst Sonic games, or maybe even best Sonic game for Raz. Maybe crossover.
See, I think everyone's picked on Sonic so much, we should do the best, but you think the worst, so, you know.
Start with the worst, and if it does okay. I mean, that'd be the worst Mario game, so I just kind of want to complete the cycle.
That's fair enough.
Nintendo, I can crap on Sega now. But Sega's been such good sports, honestly.
Sega gets crapped on all the time. At this point, it's literally their job to get crapped on.
Yeah, you know, they take it so well.
Worst Sonic games, people are saying. So yes,
Well,
you're right.
let's go through a couple of the ones we like to choose.
Well, I mean, Sonic Boom is definitely going on.
Obviously, Sonic Boom.
06 is a no-brainer as well. Heroes, you and I both hate.
Comparing Sonic 06 and Boom, I think the thing is that not only do we have broken physics in both of them, but in Sonic Boom, on top of that, we have these obnoxious voices every 4 seconds droning into your ear. And obviously, what was not a second or third take of the same line on a minimum shoestring budget. So I think, like, Sonic 06, it was so, what would you call it then? Like, it wanted to be
A
so much
missed
more.
opportunity.
It was such a missed opportunity, but it was wanting to be more. And I think that was something to be respected about it. That it wanted to be a reboot, but somehow did no one playtest that game? I don't know.
Yeah, they had one guy locked up and playtesting it, but they never actually listened to anything he said. Simple.
It's broken, it's broken, it's broken. Excellent, it's perfect. Let's get it out on the market before the Christmas season.
Alright, Star Wars Rebels. Have you seen it?
I'm sorry, I haven't seen it. Is that one of the animated seasons done by Cartoon Network?
No. What?
Uh,
Star Wars Rebels, it's one of the Cartoon Network shows, I believe.
Well, the original Star Wars I watched that was like meant to be in between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith was exceptional quality. It's where Mark Hamill actually does some great voice acting as well, where they have a great voice team. And yeah, the animation on that was just good enough where they could, it was CG animation, so they could kind of do what they wanted with the story without any real limits. And George Lucas did actually have a part in that, so it was nice to see him actually do something with that creative potential that wasn't stupid. You know, I think when he isn't actually working with real people, he works surprisingly better. When he's working with robots and CG, that's kind of his bread and butter nowadays. So yeah, yeah, I liked where that series went.
Apparently there's a DuckTales 2017.
Yeah, there is.
Oh.
Do you remember seeing the trailer for the game? Or do you mean an actual cartoon?
I don't know, they've just said thoughts on DuckTales, in all caps, thoughts on DuckTales 2017,
Wow.
question.
To be honest, I've actually been watching DuckTales through the original series recently, and I was like, yeah, there was a lot of potential. It was a good series. Like, there were certainly very cheesy moments and very, why did they do that moments? It was still kind of low-budget Disney. But at the same time, you like Scrooge, you like Huey, Dewey, and Louie. You know, I don't mind Webby or those other characters. I think we're just seeing Scrooge go around the globe with his nephews on essentially Indiana Jones story, which we haven't seen that often that I remember. And yeah, it's a charming thing. It's nice to see, you know, a set of older characters and younger characters like so working in sync. So, and they had a good cast of voices as well. So yeah, so far I've been watching it through again. I really enjoyed that. I would like to see a new series of DuckTales, definitely. There's a lot of potential there. I'd like to see new ones.
We've already answered favorite YouTubers, favorite video game. We never really got around to because it's too broad.
Well, we can kind of cover a few of those. What are some of your favorites, Russ? I tend to.
I mean, I love the story of the game, or the
Yeah.
Legacy of Kain series, obviously.
Dark Souls.
Dark Souls, yes.
I put in your bio on the wiki that your favorite is Dark Souls.
I have a bio.
Yeah.
I have a wiki article.
Yes.
I have a wiki article and I'm not aware of it.
Well, maybe you should Google yourself more often.
I don't go about Googling myself, but alright. What do you think about Bob's Burgers?
I watched one episode and never got past the pedophile joke, so I'm sure it can be really good. Because that gets so much attention, that series, and it must have some really insightful family commentary. I have no doubt it's better than Family Guy. But yeah, I never really got into it. It's a bit like Archer. I didn't like the characters enough to really get into
I
it.
watched the first 10 episodes of Archer and I went, I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't get it. I'm sorry.
That's the problem.
It's not that good, or I'm not that impressed.
I hated Puncher as a character so much. He was so irredeemable. But I heard he gets better in the second series. Like, there wasn't kind of a glaring look at his problems and how society rejects him, like a character like Bojack. It was very much just, haha, I'm Archer, I treat women like dirt, and I'm wonderful, and I get everything I want. And it's just like, where's the likability to that?
Alright, how many kilometers are we up to?
Oh, here we are at 7.2.
So 49.2? 39.2?
Yeah, 39.2. So, 3 kilometers. 3 kilometers to go. Thank you for anyone who's still tuned in.
You've still got 43 people. You've still got 43 people watching.
Wow. Thanks, guys. You guys are awesome.
Favorite Bojack episode?
Yeah, I can tell you that one. In the final season, so probably season 3, there's this great underwater episode. Do you remember that one?
Oh yeah, the one we can't talk all episode, and then he finds out that he can.
And it's a kind of parody of Asian culture. Essentially, their Eastern culture is underwater. He's essentially going to this foreign culture where he's this weird celebrity, and you can see all these weird commercials, and it feels like how it does when you go to a foreign country or something, or when you're in a foreign setting. It's like, I have no idea where I am, or what I'm doing, or what any of this means. And there's kind of that helplessness to it. Also, because he can't talk. Yet he gets into an interesting setting where he has to help a child get back, and we actually see a kind of redeemable side of Bojack. I would argue that's one of the best episodes, because surprisingly, when Bojack shuts up, he's got a lot of interesting character that he can show.
People keep asking about Infinity Train again. Again, we've talked about it, but
we can go on again.
It was 4 hours ago.
Well, Infinity Train, as I mentioned, I love the voice actor who does the main character, Chloe, and I think it is actually appealing to the female demographic more, which I like. We need more smart shows that do appeal to that female demographic. The further we get away from Twilight, the better. In terms of, I think there's a lot of mystery to it, and while I'm not a dog person myself, which was the crux of the episode, it was about talking dogs. I like that dimensional hopping mindset. I like that dimensional hopping setting. It's a little bit of Doctor Who, actually, which I found kind of interesting. It's kind of an American Doctor Who, almost. And trains are kind of mysterious like that. I think Doug actually said once, there's this mystery, this transition feel to trains that we all kind of feel. And I think it's a great setting for a new cartoon.
This is an important question. If there were a TV show based on your life, what would it be called? I'm running a lot.
Fudge it.
Yep.
How not to stuff it up. Not dying.
Reviewing cartoons on YouTube. A beginner's guide.
How to keep away from society. I don't know.
Everyone's like, holy crap, I would have quit after the first 10 minutes. Again, you've done 12 of these. And 2 ultra marathons.
It's a charity, you don't want to do the whole thing, and you guys are taking the time to come watch. I should keep running.
Okay, if you could spend the day with one cartoon character, who would it be? It's going to be someone voiced by Rebecca Sugar, obviously.
Rebecca Sugar doesn't actually voice them in the characters, but she is the main voice behind it. I think Pearl, or the Gems, would be really interesting. Pearl's my favorite gem. Well, I'm sure she'd be very anxious and all over the place. I think I think she actually be a really interesting character. I think let's see, what's another cartoon? Don't mind meeting one of the wee bears. I'd love to meet Star. One that she can turn me into a toad or something. I'd love to meet Cora. That would be totally cool. Or maybe Tenzin, Cora's air trainer. I think he'd be a really interesting guy. Or Aang, for that matter. I think Aang would be a really interesting character. Let's see. Harvey would be a fun little fellow.
See, I would have picked like someone from Daria, maybe Zim.
Yeah.
If you could hang out with Zim for a full day,
No, Zim would probably experiment on me.
Or laugh, and you'd have fun. I mean, he's tried to experiment on people before and failed utterly.
This is true, he'd probably find me terrifying, dripping with sweat. Woo! What is this horrible creature? Zim!
Hang out with Johnny Bravo.
Yeah! Oh, he'd be
You could both just sit there and look ripped and make really stupid comments. And,
yeah, he'd be great at the physical, like, he wouldn't do too much cardio, I don't think. I wouldn't mind taking him being his wingman. It'd be so fun to watch strike out. I mean, not that I go out to pass him, but it'd be fun to go to a bar with.
Thoughts on the Fantastic Four, and do you want the Marvel movies to take over the Fantastic Four?
I think if anyone would do it right, Marvel would do it right. I don't think they would touch it because it has such a soiled reputation from their terrible original movie that they need something with a good reputation. That's why they got Spider-Man, which has a fairly good reputation because both the reboots and the originals were, apart from the reboots, which no one liked, which I actually liked, were solid enough, cheesy, and didn't take themselves too seriously. But it's why I don't think they touched DC, because DC soiled it. They don't want anything to do with DC, which is understandable. So yeah, I don't think they touched Fantastic Four.
Let's see. Do you want Tara Strong to be Bubbles again in Lego Dimensions?
Yeah, definitely. Tara Strong is one of my favorite voice actors. Jennifer Harley did like Naomi Hunter, Miss Keene from Powerpuff Girls, and Drawn Together. Tara Strong did what was the name of that anorexic girl?
Or anorexic?
Or overweight.
Not Bubbles. Two. Two Bronstein.
She just has fun with her roles. I would love to see her be the original Bubbles again, because Bubbles, the voice actors brought character to characterless memes, stereotypes, essentially in the original. And they're more just girls in the new series, and I think it's kind of lackluster like that. But maybe that was just voice direction, I don't know. They may be really talented ladies, and it's still good voice acting. It's just not quite the same energy the original three gave to it.
Someone wants to know, or Sir Angel Blade wants to know what the only good Adam Sandler movie you've seen is. I can already guess. It's Hotel Transylvania.
Hotel Transylvania, I'd say. I'm sure there are some good ones out there, but I watched some of his movies when I was a kid, and they're okay. But as I got older, I was like, I don't really like this guy's general attitude, and that kind of passive-aggressive rudeness that he tends to have. So, I don't know, and I think he's a really nice guy. And I'm sure he has produced so many movies. There's no doubt he's got some good ones. So but personally, I like it when he stays off the camera. But things like Hotel Transylvania, where there's still someone to guide him, it's not just completely his direction. And I think with a little guiding hand, he can put that good nature to real good use. Yeah.
All right, how many Ks are you at?
We are at 8.35,
So 42 plus 8.35, 32 plus 8.35 would be 40.35.
Okay, so we've got 2 kilometers to go. Not long to go.
2 kilometers out of 42. How is he still running? By eating bananas.
Eating bananas. Bananas. This marathon is fueled by bananas and
someone. With Cartoon Network failing, do you think Nick's going to get better?
No,
not.
No, I think Cartoon Network is going to get hungry. They're going to start throwing in some new ideas, because I think Teen Titans Go is going to be a fad, even though it's been oversaturatedly advertised. I don't think kids are going to think it's going to be a passing fad for kids. And I think the more creative stuff, like Adventure Time or We Bare Bears, will stand the test of time. And I think with stuff like Invader Zim coming out, I think they want to stay the top dogs enough that they will keep thinking. And they know that older demographic which will judge them more harshly than the younger demographic, will actually ask for better. So I think that Nickelodeon will keep doing what they've always done for the last 40 years, and that is appealing to that specifically 8 to 16 demographic. It's just like their golden rule. And I think Cartoon Network, though, will come up with some new creative stuff like Infinity Train. I think Steven Universe will get a good run, so will Adventure Time, and they'll learn from that.
Now, important, do you like pancakes?
I love pancakes. I used to have them with brown sugar and lemon. My dad used to make them, and they were wonderful.
They were terrible, actually. You just got that thing where you get held by your captors and you begin to enter with them.
I like lemon and brown sugar on my pancakes. You get something like maple syrup. I don't want maple syrup on Canuck. And the problem is that it's so overly sweet that you kind of just have to smother it in an end. But with the right texture and with a good pancake with lemon and a bit of brown sugar, it just gives it that perfect texture and that kind of perfect balanced taste. So I would say, yeah, pancakes with a little bit of brown sugar and lemon juice.
Excellent.
Good question.
Well, I thought that was important. Are you a fan of tuna? Yes.
Yeah. Be careful with tuna though, because
do you like the Beatles?
I think it's important to address this tuna question.
All right, fine. You
I tend to
address
have
tuna.
salmon instead because although salmon doesn't look as good, tuna has quite high mercury levels in it, so be a little bit careful. A little bit of tuna is fine. It's very healthy. It's good protein. Way better than any protein shake yet. Way better stuff. Good omega fats. But keep in mind there's a little bit of mercury in it, so don't go overboard having like 3 cans a day. With this. Salmon doesn't have mercury in it though, not nearly as much, so it's pretty safe there. So a bit of balance of the two is good. I love canned salmon. Sorry, your next question, Rex?
There are so many questions.
Oh, it's wonderful. I can't believe it.
And you're at about $235.
You guys are
apparently.
awesome. All this time we've been going with all these problems, and you're still watching. Thank you. Oh, jeez. I do 50
SpongeBob, you had a good
guys.
run, and now it's time to rest. I think actually this stage Strider has a good run, and now it's time to rest.
What was it?
Someone said SpongeBob's had a good run and needs to rest, and I was going to say no, you've had a good run and you need to rest.
No, I'm not resting until 42 kilometers.
Okay. I think we talked about the other Sonic cartoons like Sonic Satam before, so
We haven't.
haven't we?
Sonic Saturn would be a great topic.
Okay.
You start, Rex.
It was good. I'm sure we talked about this. We grew up with the Archie comics, and because the two continuities. Oh, okay. Because the two continuities were quite similar, there was a lot of crossover between the Archie comics and that was actually really good. I eventually grew out of it, but the Satam ones were really good. They were quite well written. On the other hand, Adventures Like the Hedgehog was just off the wall and insane.
I think the thing about Sonic Saturn was it was so serious. It was like it was really good. There was dark stuff in there about domination of the mind, losing all your humanity through roboticization, destroying all the forests and being left with nothing, and just trying to get by and survive in a world where everything is just trying to crumble in on you. It was such a dark thing, like it was so good. And the fact that we've got people like Jaleel White as Sonic, just giving this kind of upbeat, cool man kind of easy mindset, just played off that so well. So Sonic Saturn, I think, was a work of art. It really was. I think it's a bit like Firefly, though, that it was lucky to have a short run with this. It could have gone downhill. Originally, that was meant to be Ixis and Augustus' eyes at the end there, and they were going to bring Ixis and Augustus as the next character, which I think would have been interesting, but of course it was cancelled. Nowadays, though, I don't watch much Sonic Saturn because it is so dead serious, and at the end of the day, it's like, I just want to watch something.
Adventures is a lot easier. You can just watch it, and it's like, this is so meaningless. It's easily watchable.
Probably the best of Deke animation, in my opinion, because it is just so silly. It's so fun to parody. It's enjoyably bad. So as much as I've made fun of it in reviews and stuff, it's enjoyably awful. You know, and the voice actors obviously had fun doing it. And, you know, there's such terrible archetypes, so it's a bit, yeah.
Okay. People will ask what your opinion of Riverdale. Riverdale is, I've never heard of it.
Wasn't that the school that Marty went to in Back to the Future?
I thought of Rivendell. Rivendell was the elven city in Lord of the Rings.
Well,
neither of those things are what they're talking about. Clearly, we're just.
Lord of the Rings.
I mean, clearly that's not what anyone's talking about. So Riverdale is one of these things that we're clearly going to have to Google afterwards.
I was just curious. What are your thoughts on Lord of the Rings?
One of my thoughts on Lord of the Rings. It was very important to the creation of modern fantasy settings.
Okay, that's true.
That's about all I can do in 2 minutes. Where are you at anyway?
9.3.
9.3. Ooh, we are 0.7 of the K off.
We're nearly there. Thank you for everyone who's tuned in. Sorry, I'm getting slightly cognitively out. So as my calories drain away and my carbs and my flakes are mostly gone, so it's harder to use steady brain function.
So apparently Riverdale is a dark tale on the Archie comics, or a dark take on the Archie comics. I don't know whether.
Yeah, that was right. Riverdale was the town they lived in. You know, I actually have been reading Archie since I went to Canada.
Really?
Yeah, I have.
It's one of these things you do when you know no one else is watching, isn't it?
It becomes so generic and silly, and it means nothing. But I kept on looking at Jughead, and I was like, how does this guy stay so thin? He eats nothing but burgers all day. I guess it's just one of those silly things, but I don't know, whenever I saw his character, I was like, and that's kind of the funny thing. Jughead has become the main focus of the story. Archie is almost just there to be played off by Jughead. And I think that's interesting, you know, because Archie was always meant to be the main focus. The fact that he's so obsessed with what would happen at the end, that I actually looked up the future of what happens. And there's two alternative futures when he goes with Betty and Veronica. One with Veronica where he gets her pregnant and he has a stable job. One with Betty where he can't get a job because, you know, he doesn't have a rich family behind him, struggles with employment. It was kind of depressing, actually. But, you know, he's happy with both girls at the end, and that's the premise.
All right. And Brony University has been asking for the past 2 hours why you dislike Eric Cartman.
Does anyone like Eric Cartman?
Apparently.
He's a psychopath. He's awful. I mean, he's a good foil. He's a good bad guy.
Yeah, he's a good comic foil, but he's a pain in the ass.
He's a pain in the ass. I mean, the most satisfying episode is
watching him getting beaten by the finger of God.
Yeah, no, by beaten up by Wendy, getting an actual female character who he's always spitting on, who stands up for girl empowerment, just beating the crap out of
See, I like that less because at the end of it, he kind of somehow manages to make it, oh, okay, you guys think I'm so cool, this doesn't matter. I like the episode where he gets struck by lightning by God, because there's just no way he can deal with that.
Me down.
And it just ends on him crying in a hospital bed, like, thank you, God.
That's what those thank you, God moments. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess that's the point of the characteristic. I like to see everyone hate him.
Hello, I totally agree with you on Eric Cartman. That, do you want $1 million? Everyone wants $1 million.
Yeah, everyone wants it. Yeah.
You still watch American Dad even though you don't? Well, that's a question that answers itself.
I watch occasionally American Dad. Like I've said before, I think he's a less psychopathic brother of Family Guy. It's a little bit more polished. I like the characters a little bit more. You know, there are certain episodes I still watch through. I think there are some good messages in it. It's a little bit more mellowed than Family Guy. I mean, Family Guy said openly admits he wants to stop running, so he almost actively sabotages the show at times because he just wants to see the show end, you know, with other projects. So, yeah, but you know, it still draws in more viewers than both South Park and Simpsons.
All right, we've just hit 4 hours and 45 minutes. Where are you at?
Well, we are at 9.92 kilometers.
We are within the final 100 meters. He's almost there.
Oh, let's get it done then.
The legs are going up. The arms are flailing everywhere. He's running like Sonic.
Nearly there.
Vocaloid says you can do it.
Oh, it's fine. Alright. We are at 10 kilometers.
And there we go.
42 kilometers. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in. It's been an absolute pleasure being here with you guys. Doing something with the community, you know. And thank you so much for just being here, and the fact that anyone who donated, it's to a good cause, and I really appreciate you helping the cause. Really do appreciate you guys. You all makes this job wonderful for me. I'll just do my cooldown now.
Alright, you do your cooldown and I'll figure out how this thing turns off.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Later.